All right, can everyone in the room can hear me, I'm sure, but online, can you all hear me?
Yeah, I got
Thumbs up? Okay, great.
Yes, Dan.
Well, welcome everyone to this Colorado Forest Health Council meeting. Really excited to be here at Pagosa Springs. It is April 30th, and this is one of our quarterly meetings. We work hard to try to move around the state as much as possible, especially for our spring or summer meeting. Last year, it was wonderful to be in Glenwood Springs, and now it's great to be here in Pagosa Springs. Before we go around the room and see who is here, I want to give a warm welcome to Eric Toman, is a new member from Colorado State University. And Eric, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself before we do more introductions?
Sure. So my name is Eric Toman. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. Grateful to be down here and be able to meet you all. So I'm in my second year at Colorado State University. I'm the department head in the Forest and Rangeland Stewardship Department. Prior to coming here, I was at Ohio State University for the last 15 years in the School of Environment and Natural Resources there. My work has been on fire and really on the interface between fire on public lands and engaging with local communities. Did my graduate work at Oregon State University a number of years ago. And had a brief stint at NOAA and final couple months back before starting in academia. So really excited to be here. Still getting a little bit of the lay of the land in Colorado, but much of my work has been out west. I'm from the West originally, was born in Boise. So yeah, excited to be back in the Intermountain West and be local to where most of my research is happening too. So yeah, and look forward to getting to meet you and interact more with you all.
Yeah, awesome. Well, welcome. Look forward to having you participate. Also, before we go into roll call too, I just want to thank the community here, especially Commissioner Medina, for helping to put together such an amazing tour yesterday. It was so great. We're also Bill Tremonco from the Wildfire Adaptive Partners. We had Andre Redstone, who's with us in the room today. Really amazing the wood utilization do there. J.R. Ford, Crisanta from Del Nord, Josh Peck. But I was thinking, Commissioner Medina, if you could kind of explain a little bit more like what we saw, kind of what we did, just for folks that weren't able to make it.
Yes, so thank you, all of those that could make it and those that could not. We had a great turnout. There was about 20 of us that went on this tour. We went down 4 Mile, which is literally like the block over, and we went all the way down 4 Mile. And we went to, our first stop was Hidden Valley. And in that spot, we saw an area that Bill Tremonco and JR, they received a grant, the FIRWORD grant, and they were able to do a lot of work. The objective was to get, and I might get this wrong, so Andre, in fact, can help me if I mess it up, but they were trying to achieve the 25 to 35 basal cut, which was not, they were not successful only because they had a little bit of pushback from the community. So, but it looks amazing. It looks like a playground. It was beautiful. And then we went further down, we saw another area that they were able to achieve that 35 basal cut. Again, it was a great area, just really wonderful to see. And actually on our way back in that area, we saw elk. So there was like 5 or 6 elk that were just there, and that was beautiful. That was a nice touch on the way out. But further down at the last stop of the trip, we stopped at Plum Top, and that is where we had a fire. It's now going on 2 years. 2 years, yeah, 2 years, yeah. So, so Plum Top was really, it's been an amazing story for us, I think, because a lot of the work was done previously without really knowing a real objective except for to protect our watershed, right? And so a lot of work was done. They didn't think they were going to be successful in getting much done because there wasn't a lot of funding available. But in the end, the work that they did, then we had a fire, and the work that they did do protected the watershed. And it was just, it's a great story, a great little watch as well. If you haven't seen it, I think we did send it out on the agenda. There's a little clip, you can watch the video of it. It's amazing. That story is just amazing. So, and then after that, we went to Andre Redstone's shop, his shops, I guess you could say. And that is really where we saw the different types of equipment, different things that you can do at different scales, and really gave us a education on thinking about equipment in a different way, on how we can treat our forests in a different way. And also when, you know, those that do grant those project contracts to really think about those projects in a different way. And then also it was shared with us that the USDA loans that are typically for farming and ranching, that could really be crossed over into forestry. So, and then of course, just we saw the forest and what the beautifulness and what we take out of it, and then how it translates to the end product. And the end products that Andre was able to show us were homes, whether it be tiny homes up to 1,200 square feet, some of the equipment that he has, and it's that Lincoln Logs type of build, very historic. I guess that's the original building methods that were used. And just some of the things that they're able to do now in our community, equipment that is not readily available in the United States. So we have a lot of opportunity here, not only with the partnerships with other businesses that Andre and JR are doing, but also partnering with local government to be able to try to see what we can do about our housing issue. And then, with everything that they showed us yesterday, there is even interest. I didn't say this yesterday, but there's even interest from the Hickory Apache Nation. Andre did allude to Dulce and the Navajos and, potentially Southern Ute. But even the Hickory Apache, or Dulce, they're interested in this building model as well. So something that's going to really help our community. And what a great story to be able to say that these logs were forced from our forest, from the San Juan National Forest, and then used here in our community and built the home that our people are living in. Not only does that make it more affordable, but it also is something that we can do versus, shipping it across the mountain. But so that was the end of the tour at Andre's shop, and it was great. It was wonderful. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. So.
Yeah, before we see who's here and who's not, are there any questions regarding the tour? And Andre's here too, online or here. Yeah, but again, just, big thank you. It was really wonderful to get out there in the field and.
Well, I could not have done it without my presenters. They did an amazing job. So I thank each and every one of them for a great job.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, well, let's go over here for roll call, and we'll start with Matt McCombs. But I see Christina Burry's here. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm here for Matt.
Okay. The Mike Morgan is not able to be on any problem. Oh, the FPC here. Katie's here. Okay. Let's see, US Forest Service, I believe Matt Tootin was going to, I'm sorry, Matt's right here in front of me. Glad to have you here, and thanks so much for joining yesterday too. Let's see, I believe John Ring was not able to be on today. Frank Falzone.
Morning, present.
Okay, good to see you, Frank. See Samantha Albert, good to see you, Sam.
Present, thanks all.
Commissioner Abe Layton, good morning. Commissioner Donisha McNally, online, I believe.
Good morning, everyone. I wish I was there. I'm present. Thank you.
Commissioner Clyde Church, good to see you. The commute wasn't all that bad this morning, about what, an hour and Hour and 10, 15 minutes, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Medina, of course.
Present, thank
Good to
you.
see you, and thanks for hosting us again.
My pleasure.
Katie McGrath Novak, Katie's right here. Brett Wolk, I think Brett's online.
Hello, good to see you.
Hey, see ya. Okay, Madeline McDonald or Denver Water. We can send her a text. I know Amy Moyer's on her way out to DC, so we have Lindsay DeFreids with us. Lindsay?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Mark Morgan, I see on the line. There we go, Mark. Good to see you, Mark.
Yep.
Okay, Paige Lewis. Paige, you're number 10. Okay, not quite yet. Lynn Elliott. There's Lynn. Julie Stencil, I think, is going to be able to join it. There's Julie. Okay. Great. Pat Dorsey's here. Senator Lisa Cutter. I know that the legislators are really busy over these last, does anyone know, maybe is it 9 days? 9 or 8 days left, something like that. So they're
7.
7. Okay, thank you. James isn't counting.
I know.
Representative Larry Don Sukla, I think he is at the Capitol. Eric Tolman. That's Eric. And then we have a new member too that I believe is not going to be able to make this one, but Skylar McKinley. And I think he'll be able to join for the next one. So we have all that registered on who's here and who's not. Okay, next up we have item 2 is the approval of the 2/6/2025 meeting summary. And we need to have a motion for that. to approve that.
Mr. Chair, I move that we've approved the meeting summary as presented.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and it's been seconded. Any further comment for any reason? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Nay?
Aye.
Okay, ayes carry, so we approve the agenda. Next, we have public comment. This is for anyone in the room or online that would like to make a public comment. We have a 5-minute time frame for folks that would like to do that. If they'd like to. Is there anyone online? I can't tell.
Is Carl Young in the committee? I don't know.
Okay, it looks like there's maybe a Carl Young.
He's
that's
a local.
Oh, okay.
He's a local, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But anyways, if you're interested in public comment, just kind of raise your hand or put something in the chat. And if not, we'll move on. Oh, Andre, I'm sorry. Yeah, please come forward and address us.
Here. Good morning, commissioners. I'd like to just take the Andre Redstone Timber Frames here in Post Springs. Once more, I'd like to first say thank you very much to all of you commissioners, both here and those online, for the incredible work that you do on behalf of our force and moreover on behalf of the council. I wanted to take a moment this morning just to share a high-level observation now so the light is back on you. And after our wonderful meeting yesterday, the opportunity through Commissioner Medina really look at things at a higher level and see how we within our industry, within the timber industry itself, we can help and support the council. I had a couple of observations, and with your permission, I'd like to share them. And so to that end, Scandinavian countries unto themselves offer up what's often known as the Nordic model in terms of forestry stewardship and forestry management. Those models prioritize forestry health, biodiversity, long-term sustainability, often balancing economic production with environmental protection. And I felt that it was prudent just to offer that up because what I did really new as an observer to your organization took the time to observe and really try to delve into the goals and objectives of the commission, and all the incredible work that it did. And I really looked at, and I was looking for, key language that spoke to something that some of us may seem, is pivotally important, that is probably covered in other organizations, but ultimately, when we look at the principal goals and objectives of this council in terms of forestry management, forest stewardship, the question that comes to my mind is, where within the journey does the advocacy and support for a sustainable, viable, manageable, healthy timber industry fall within that matrix? It, for me, feels like it's the forest through the trees question. I mean, are we literally seeing it? Because on the surface of it, from a different perspective, as a purveyor of these practices, it feels like one can't be achieved without the other. And so when we're talking about forestry health and forestry management, it is integral that we have a sustainable and viable industry that has a direct interface and has a definitive say, not just as an economic institution and an economic generator, but as a frontline collaborator to actually achieve these goals. And so I just wanted to bring that to the foreground because I was looking for that kind of language in the defined goals and objectives within the council. So thank you again for the opportunity to share with you and look forward to more collaboration.
Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, thanks so much. And again, it was really wonderful to see your operation and your involvement. And, you know, these are all public meetings, as you know, too, and we do love to hear from the private sector on what works well, what doesn't. You know, a takeaway from yesterday for me in part is you have some great opportunities around here, but you know, hearing from you and others of the cost of some of the machinery, even though you're pretty streamlined, you know, using some of the technique and innovation from Scandinavia, not necessarily having to buy a $1.5 million harvester, but you can do much of the same work. But just some of the concerns I heard, you know, not having the longer term contracts with the forest and so forth. And, you know, if I were a banker, you know, I would think about, you know, how long contracts do you have and making sure you have what you need as a business person to have the right supplies and what's sustainable for this region too, not knowing what NEPA has been approved and whatnot. And so there's a lot of moving parts, but feel free to, I know you're close with the commissioners here, of course, with Commissioner Medina and the other folks here, but let us know if you have ideas for us, because our special unique charge is to not just sit around the room here and discuss what works well and what doesn't, but we're really advising the governor and legislators on policies and recommendations. And we also are looking through a lens of federal policies now as well. So we'll stay in touch. I'm very confident of that, but just, you know, don't be a stranger and let us know what you see through a business lens of how we can be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, anyone else want to? Yeah, great. Okay, now next up we have, as many of you know, the Department of Natural Resources and other, state agencies sometimes have a lot of different like advisory boards and so forth. We at the DNR, we have our energy, our ECMC commission, we have Parks and Wildlife, we have groundwater, we have State Land Board. We have a long list of various different Habitat Stamp Committee and so forth. And this fits within the Department of Natural Resources. So with that, we try to have some uniformity with all the different boards and commissions, just to make sure you all know kind of rules, expectations, and so forth. So we have Wendy Padilla with us, and she's a total rock star in my team. And she handles, she's our chief operating officer, so she really works hard with all of our different 8 divisions to have consistent policies that we see throughout. So she's going to walk through a presentation on our policy handbook for boards and commissions. And so Wendy, if you can hear me, you can feel free to have the floor now and help us kind of walk through the next segment.
All right, thank you, Dan. Can you all hear me in the room? Okay there. All right, great. Well, I think Courtney is going to share some slides for me. Thank you, Courtney. But just to give you kind of a little bit of background about me, again, my name is Wendy Padilla. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. And to give you a sense of the place I'm in downtown Denver, so you actually may hear traffic noises and sirens behind me kind of coming through my window. I grew up west of Trinidad in a town called Bon Carbo, and so I'm very jealous of all of you there in southwestern Colorado. There's definitely a place that we vacationed quite a bit as I was growing up, and my parents are still there. So Courtney, thanks for sharing. We'll go ahead and get into the topics that we'll talk about today. So I'll just give you kind of a really big picture overview about the Colorado Department of Natural Resources, how we go about our budget process through the executive branch, our public service code of ethics, a little bit about accessibility for all of our boards and commissions, media contacts, and then legislative policies, procedures, and timelines. And continuing on, your attorney may cover other topics, and I won't be covering these today. So things like open meetings law, Open Records Act, public comment, conflicts of interest, disclosure, or the Colorado Code of Ethics, that I would direct any questions to the council that helps out your council. So a little bit about the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. I've been with the department for about, more than 20 years. My first job was with Youth and Natural Resources down at Spanish Peak State Wildlife Area. So I'm very passionate about our organization and really the mission that we have to manage and conserve Colorado's natural resources for people today and tomorrow. And we have 6 divisions with water, land, wildlife, energy, minerals, outdoor recreation, wildfire mitigation, as you all know, forest health in our portfolio. In this fiscal year, which ends in June, we have an annual budget of about $500 million, a little less than 1,750 full-time employees, and about 1,100 seasonal employees. Most of those are with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And we also are really lucky to have about 4,000 volunteers that help us throughout the state. So we are heavily into community engagement and rely on volunteers for quite a few things. A little bit more about divisions within DNR and our operating budgets. You can see that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is our largest division with both FTE and budget. And then we have the other divisions, they're listed. The Executive Director's Office, EDO, which is that bar all the way on the left, you can see has an operating budget of about 120 million. And that is because of the special programs we have in the Executive Director's Office, including the Colorado State Wildfire Action Program. The Colorado Avalanche Information Center is in our Executive Director's Office, and other programs like the Produced Water Consortium, and really all the other EDO programs are policy, HR, accounting, budget, and sort of the back office support for the rest of the organization. So I'll go through a high level on our budget process. The state executive branch budget process begins in March. And so that's actually about 16 months prior to the fiscal year when funding is available. So right now we are, as the long bill is signed in the legislature, we are actually reviewing all of our budget requests for fiscal year 27, which starts in July of 2026. So we're about 16 months ahead. And we work with our division staff to prioritize needs. All of those budget discussions, decisions, other underlying materials are deliberative and confidential within the executive branch. In November 1st of each year, our budget requests become public and they're then delivered to the legislature for that legislative process and for consideration. And then, as you all likely know, between November and January, the Joint Budget Committee is briefed and considers the request. We have quite a few hearings, and the JBC does a really great job of digging into every line item and has that back and forth conversation with departments and stakeholders. Then it goes through the General Assembly, codified into the long bill. It becomes effective July 1st. And definitely stop me at any time if anybody has any questions. We do have a public service code of ethics at the Department of Natural Resources, and it's in addition to the Colorado Code of Ethics and statutory requirements. Just because it's very important to us to have community engagement, ethical standards, transparency, and accountability. And so what we ask is that all of our councils, committees, boards, and commissions strive to meet our 8 tenets of the Code of Ethics. And those are to advance the public interest. And if you want to go to the next slide, Courtney, thank you. Uphold the Constitution and the law, promote public participation and partnerships, strengthen equity, diversity, and inclusion, empower adaptive leadership, demonstrate personal integrity, promote ethical actions, and advance professional excellence. Now I'll move on to accessibility. At really the state of Colorado and the Department of Natural Resources, obviously many of you are with government organizations or elected officials or with the state. So we obviously all follow the Americans with Disabilities Act, but really at DNR, our goal is to go above and beyond the Americans with Disabilities Act and really to support a welcoming, inclusive, and accessible environment for everyone that's engaging with our programs. So visitors to our public meetings, visitors to our lands, and how we engage. So we have a fairly easy way to request accommodations on our website. We have a DNR accessibility page, and then we also have an email address called Access DNR, and anyone can email Access DNR to ask for accommodations or especially to ask for access to any digital products on our website. And for all of our public bodies, it's a best practice to include that accessibility statement. And really, if anybody needs accommodations or accessibility to a public meeting or to programs, Access DNR is a great email address to include. And then folks will know kind of how to ask for that.
Wendy, could you repeat that email address?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Can you repeat the email address you were mentioning?
Yeah, it is accessdnr@state.co.us.
Got it.
Yep. We have many people monitoring that inbox, so it should be a quick response if anybody emails. All right, we'll go on to media contacts. So kind of this part of the presentation is where I get the most questions. So I definitely pause me if you need to have questions, but just to kind of set the stage for media and legislation. Really kind of the main goal here is that, acknowledging that you all represent, you all are members of other organizations or are elected officials or represent other communities, and coming together under the Forest Health Council, just like any public body, the goal is to be really clear about when you're speaking as a public body and then when you're speaking as an individual. So the whole goal is to kind of connect you to the folks that that we need to coordinate within DNR, or that can help the council think through, what are those public statements? What are those public positions that you want to take? And then the right coordination within DNR happens. And you all have wonderful staff folks there with Roberta, Courtney, and Allie to kind of help you walk through that. But just kind of going through media contacts, members of the media may contact individual board members or commissioners or council members. And in speaking on behalf of the Forest Health Council, just remember that commenting on behalf of the Forest Health Council, official actions or operations or business of the Department of Natural Resources, what we ask is that you coordinate with your staff liaisons and coordinate with public information officers. So that's Chris Arend, our communications director. Obviously, you can speak on behalf of your personal experience or as an individual, but speaking on behalf of the Forest Health Council, we ask that you kind of coordinate with those folks so that we can loop our communications director in on those conversations. So anything there to add for Executive Director Gibbs or Allie or anybody? I don't know if the Forest Health Council gets contacted by the media a lot. We have some of our commissions who do. Okay.
No, I don't think there's anything to add. I'll just say, like, for some of our divisions, like, that are, the media follows very, very closely, for example, like Parks and Wildlife, where, Parks and Wildlife commissioners, sometimes speak to the media, but it's really important that they say they're speaking for themselves and not for the whole, commission, unless the commission takes a position on certain issues, but just kind of common sense in many ways that, you're representing yourself. I think that's the big kicker. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into legislation and legislative matters. All right, and I was able to spend time with Courtney and Allison, and I understand the council has a legislative committee that meets, and one of the very important functions of the council is to really talk about legislation and advocacy. And so I sounds like that is a lot of energy and time. So I definitely can answer any questions you have here. What we ask in general is that if there's a particular bill or piece of legislation that the Forest Health Council wants to take a position on, we have Daphne Gervais, our Director of Legislative Affairs, and obviously your staff liaisons and Executive Director Gibbs. We just want some coordination and realize that maybe the state position might be different than what the legislative committee position wants to be. And so that coordination and those conversations are very important. And then one more slide on this on positions on bills. In terms of the kind of the sideboards and the rules of the road for departments in the state executive branch, we actually don't take positions on bills unless approved to do so by the governor. And that may include things like support, oppose, amend, neutral, or even no position where we're just monitoring a bill. And we have Daphne Gervais down at the Capitol, who, just like James Lucero for our Colorado State Forest Service, is really keyed in on honestly hundreds of bills every session, whether or not we have a position monitoring bills. And so it's super helpful for your staff liaisons and for Daphne to know kind of what the conversations are. Potentially, do we want to take a position? But just to have those conversations, especially while the legislature is in session, it helps us be more coordinated on those efforts. And Daphne often has some information that, for me personally, and some of the bills that I follow for operations for DNR is very, very helpful in the conversations that she has down at the Capitol. Any questions on that piece?
Yeah.
I think that's very consistent for like any commissioners in the room, where you have a lot of different divisions and let's say one of your divisions is road and bridge and they want to take a position that maybe the commissioners are like, wait a second. We want to make sure we're all in line with this. You might want road and bridge to take a position that the commissioners want to agree on. Just as a little example,
Thanks, Dan. All right, and then finally, we have electioneering. And just a reminder about the Fair Campaign Practices Act. So we cannot use public money to urge votes for or against any statewide or local ballot initiative or referred measure. And public monies include staff work time and state resources. So obviously, individual council members, you can express personal opinions, use personal resources to express beliefs and opinions, or, if you're wearing the hat for the organization that you represent. But if you are kind of expressing those opinions, just be sure not to do that on behalf of the council unless you have worked through the legislative committee on something official, and then clearly state that you're speaking in a personal capacity. So with that, thank you for all of the time you spend. And for your service. And I will take any other questions, but other than that, that concludes my presentation.
Well, thanks, Wendy. Thanks for that presentation. I just want to open it up to see anyone in the room or online if you have any questions. To the last slide, Wendy, on electioneering, like anyone is entitled to their own opinions on ballot questions, obviously, and we've had some situations where, like a board member would send a letter to the editor on a statewide ballot question and say, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm the chair of this commission, therefore, please vote for this or vote against, whatever it may be. And again, anyone can do all that, but the heartburn is like when they use the title of the commission that they have to try to really influence votes. So we really tried to urge folks to just, write it on behalf of yourself, or if you are an elected official, obviously it's very different, but we just want to be very thoughtful about that and cautious.
Well, that being said, if I have.
Okay. Well, thanks, Wendy, again for joining us. I appreciate it. Good to see you virtually. Okay, next up we have James Lucero, who is going to go over the update on the administrative recommendations from the council's 2023 annual report. So James, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Director Gibbs. Hi, everybody. Nice to be here again. Just wanted to brief this council on the administrative recommendations that were put forward in the 2023 annual report. As a reminder, there were 3. I'm going to talk specifically about 2 of them because we have officially closed out one of them at our last Forest Health Council meeting that was regarding prescribed burns. The first one that I want to talk about is actually the last administrative recommendation. What this council had approved language for was the legislative committee recommends that DNR and the Colorado State Forest Service work with the U.S. Forest Service to negotiate the ability for NGOs and state agencies to reforest U.S. Forest Service lands under shared stewardship or good neighbor authority type agreements. Also, state agencies lobby federal partners to expedite NEPA for post-fire restoration projects. This one has proven itself to be a little bit challenging. Myself and Courtney actually met with, I'm blanking on her name now, Marin, and she gave us a really good update on some of the struggles surrounding the ability for NGOs to do some of this reforestation work. She was supposed to be getting us some contacts from some of her friends in other states on kind of how they're navigating this challenge. And then part of the problem is that with the administration change, we were struggling to figure out who we need to talk to at the US Forest Service in order to talk to some of these people. And so with that in flux, this one has just kind of stalled, if I'm being completely honest. I think the other caveat to this one is there are certain protocols that all agencies within departments and divisions need to follow in order to effectively lobby in front of our federal partners. As you can see, Christina Burry is here today representing Matt McCombs, who's our State Forest Service Director, because he's currently in DC and he's acting in his capacity as a state forester because they are at the National Association of State Foresters Executive Committee meeting. So we are allowed to talk about NASF priorities, but not necessarily speaking on behalf of the Forest Health Council. So some of those challenges still exist. And so we are seeing a lot of problems just in like how we actually effectively advocate for this with the chain of command here at the state. And then the other thing is there's just still a lot of flux at the US Forest Service and who we need to be talking to. The other one that I'd like to talk about is specific. Oh, sorry, it sounded like there might have been a question.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Do we have materials related to these topics in the stuff that Courtney sent out?
So this, I can send you directly. These are in the 2023 annual report.
Okay.
And so why don't I ship those over to you right now?
Okay, I was just
Check them.
looking for them from Courtney's email and I thought maybe I can find it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, then let me get that to you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks for asking. And also I put, for those people online, I sent a link to the annual report that is available on the Forest Health Council webpage. So that is available. That's that link that I sent online. The first legislative recommendation that this council approved, pull up the language for that one too. It says, the Legislative Committee asks the Colorado State Forest Service to convene a forum or meeting around adaptive civiculture, vapor pressure deficit changes, and how this impacts the future health of our forests, and what measures for mitigation actions we should consider. This one got off to a very strong start. I was able to connect with Dr. Sarah Hart, who is a professor at Colorado State University, and initially gave the legislative subcommittee a very good, thorough discussion on vapor pressure deficit. We were able to use her as a connecting person to figure out who else needs to be at this table. And I was able to identify members from the US Forest Service, more people from Colorado State in the Colorado State University in that space, as well as some other people from other universities. We were able to contact somebody from the what are they called now? Western State University. And so we actually got all of these people together. I had an initial conversation with all of them to talk about this process and how we wanted to move forward in this. What we then struggled with is how we actually go about in fulfilling some of these discussions. As you can see, there is quite a lot of yes, sorry, there's a chat in here. Maren Chambers is who I talked to about that reforestation one and replanting. Thank you, Brett. He told me that in the comments. But going back to that, as you guys saw, there is a lot of work on these agendas to get through a lot of heavy work that this council does. And so in talking with Allison and Courtney, we were kind of struggling in how to actually facilitate this as an opportunity to learn. We could, if we wanted to, spend time in our next Forest Health Council meeting with an hour conversation about this project. I think if we do that, that would lead to some further complications that I think I can go on later. But the other thing is there's just so much that has to get covered on these quarterly meetings that we're struggling to see if it is a priority to actually make that happen in the next Forest Health Council meeting. I think in that same conversation, if we do move forward with that, there are additional challenges after that, because what that is then telling us is what are those recommendations from this thing that we can use in order to give probably like other legislative recommendations. As I'm sure all of you guys are aware, the state found itself in a $1 billion hole. And a lot of the times they were struggling to find ways to balance that budget. I think it's only going to be more challenging next year. And we are actually, if legislation requires money from the general fund, I will be quite frank, it's going to be quite hard to find. And so any kind of information we get back from that might be challenging to implement too. And so that's the state of play for those two outstanding administrative recommendations. I will be quite frank in saying that there are challenges in getting a lot of this done, in the sense that we are navigating a different administration, one that is looking at taking away certain grant funding that we need to be cognizant of. There are a bunch of turnover that is happening at that department, and so we're struggling to figure out who we need to make connections with. That being said, our new regional forester, Troy Hikicker, has been really communicative with us at the State Forest Service, but we just don't know the span and scope of some of these challenges. And so while these are important, as the CSFS is navigating this, there is some kind of prioritization setting that needs to happen. Is this still a priority of the State Forest Service to get these done with all of the other challenges that are kind of like leading up to this too? And so I just wanted to be very direct with this council that we are struggling with that. Happy to take questions. I know that our Deputy Director, Christina Burry, has some other information she'd like to share. But apart from that, I just wanted this council to know that while we are working for it, it is proving to be a challenge to get those implemented.
Great, thanks, James. Let's turn it over to Christina.
Thank you. Thanks, James. It's really helpful. So yeah, I think I don't really have much new information to add to what James described, but just wanted to provide some perspective. So I think one win for the Forest Health Council when it comes to these administrative recommendations is the fact that there were administrative recommendations, that is a way for the Forest Health Council to prioritize for the State Forest Service and DNR things that we should be focusing on. So I think that's like a huge win in itself that we got these three. That being said, because of the dynamic environment, ecologically as well as politically, priorities change. And so I just think that it's learning together on how we come together and possibly look at these priorities, check in on them. Do they need to change? Do they need to adjust based on some of the dynamic landscapes politically, ecologically that we have to think about? With these three, I think it was huge that we got the prescribed fire subcommittee and a briefing on that. I think check, that's great. That's a huge win for the Forest Health Council and the prescribed fire subcommittee. So I think we should all feel really good about that one and accomplishing that. That was huge. And then when it comes to the revegetation stuff and the reforestation, I think we're doing pretty good on that. I mean, it's not a formal yes, we can check this off the list, but I think we're making a lot of progress with the nursery construction going on. I think, we're working with the partners, the contacts that we did have in the Washington office at the U.S. Forest Service. I know Kristen Garrison's, we're hiring the nursery manager. So I think there's a lot of progress on that one. And so I do feel like that could be one that we consider as, we're making progress on it. I don't know where it falls within the greater prioritization for the Forest Health Council, but I do feel like we're making good progress on that. And Matt, yesterday, his testimony was focused on a reforestation bill. So I do think we are taking action on that. And then lastly, the forum about adaptive silviculture and vapor pressure deficit This is one of those where, I don't know, I think we just need input from the Forest Health Council on how we prioritize or reprioritize things based on some of the more dynamic or pressing issues that may arise. So that's just some thoughts, and wanted to put that out there. One, again, just want to acknowledge that I think this was great to have these administrative recommendations, and it does provide a lot of guidance. And this was a nice pilot for us to test these out. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Let's see, let's move. First, we have Bunny Maceo with us, Deputy for Region 2. Good to see you, Bunny. Let's go to you first, and then we have Jody Shattuck McDonnell after you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I am sitting in for Troy Heifecker, our regional forester today. I'll be in and out a little bit, but Kevin Kung is also sitting in for us. So you'll see one of us throughout the day. So I just wanted to share on this that we are, our regional forester and our regional foresters team is more than willing to help partner and bridge the gap if we need to make some connections and communication efforts with our Washington office around this. So if we need to connect offline, James, we totally can, but just wanted to share that, our partners our reforestation is really important to us, and working with our states and partners. So if we need to help bridge that on the USFS side, just let me know and we can help make those connections there.
Great. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, next up is Jody.
Hey everybody, I'm sorry again, trying to do too much training. We have about 150 people in the room going through a wildfire situation sim right now. So just wanted to share with you about that while I'm not there. I hope you can hear me all. I appreciate the feedback, and I appreciate Bunny sharing, maybe offering some expertise. I think that when we brought these administrative recommendations, that was a lot of conversation and work through the legislative committee and the Forest Health Council. And so I think reevaluating and maybe prioritizing is important, especially.
Sorry guys, welcome to Pagosa Springs. Internet is not great.
I think we just lost her.
Yeah.
Oh, so,
okay.
yeah. Do you want to text? Yeah.
So let me try this part. So I just wanted to say that I think that if we don't want us to completely give up on what we're trying to do.
Now she's up. She muted herself.
Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry. I apologize for my internet. We have like I said, 150 people trying to access the internet. I feel like reprioritizing and looking at what we can do as a Forest Health Council, and maybe seeking out other partnerships to help us with some of these recommendations, but maybe adjust the timelines. I just don't want us to completely drop them off. Maybe they just need to go into a longer time frame, and maybe something that we can continue to look at, but not have it with staff capacity and stuff come up to fruition as early as we can. So I hope that is maybe a welcome idea. I just don't want to completely toss them off the list when I think they're all really important to consider as we're looking at snowpack and changing conditions and things that are all impacting those items we were looking at. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Is there any more feedback we have for James on this item? Yeah, Katie.
Thank you. Mine is feedback / maybe a question. It's been a while, but I thought that this recommendation was more about convening an external meeting of experts. We would help facilitate it, but it would ultimately be the experts discussing and kind of coming up with their recommendations to then bring to us, rather than a presentation to all of us where we then discuss. So kind of going off of what Jody was saying, I feel like that could still happen, where the experts could kind of convene around their ideas and come up with some recommendations and share that with us, but it doesn't necessarily have to take up a lot of time in our Forest Health Council meetings. So I don't know, that was kind of a minor twist on what James said, but yeah, I think if we can help facilitate some sort of convening where then they can kind of come up with more direction for it, because I feel like right now it's just very broad and big for us as a full council to deal with in quarterly meetings, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Mark Morgan?
Yes, this adaptive silviculture vapor pressure seems to me like it is at least a Rocky Mountain region wide or possibly a nationwide subject that we're dealing with. And I think we have to have an interest in it. I'm not sure that we have to be the lead in it. I think there's a lot of science that's got to come down the pipe here. And we want to collaborate with other groups, but I'm not sure if we have limited resources right now that we should be using them to kind of spearhead this. Is there an opportunity? Is somebody else being straightforward? Is there somebody else doing any of the heavy lifting here?
James, anything? Yeah, James.
I was gonna say, at least for right now, I'm the only one spearheading this. Initially, when the vapor pressure deficit initially came out, Commissioner Jody Shattuck McNally was super helpful in providing some staff. And I think that's where, Katie, I really liked your comment. I'm like, what is this? Because when I was working with Commissioner Shattuck McNally's staff, it was more so a presentation to the Forest Health Council and not necessarily a convening that would then be shared later. And so I think, understanding what this council wanted, I was going directly off of the language there. And so, but I think to your point, Mr. Morgan, what I started with was capacities and availabilities. For right now, as the only person from the State Forest Service kind of working on this, it is a bit of a struggle to find that time to prioritize this, especially during the legislative session and now with the interim sessions starting. So I hope that answers your question. I don't want to push this council in one direction or the other, but just suffice it to say that there are struggles on my end.
Jody.
I hope you can hear me okay. When we first heard about this was at the Colorado Wildfire Conference, and I also heard from it at the National County Associations Conference in DC. And it was from the U.S. Forest Service talking about vapor pressure deficit. And so a lot of that presentation came from a federal level. So I want to reach out, state again that the federal offer for help in bringing some of that expertise and bringing some kind of information back. Maybe we just need to revise that and have some other experts come in and not put it all on James. And yes, James, we were working on that. We just have to bring some people together. And I think the information and stuff is there. We're just how do we bring it together? And so I just wanted to share that. I think that's where we first started hearing about it, was a federal presentation at the wildfire conference. And then I was talking to the former chief of the whole of the Forest Service when we were in DC about 3 years ago. So that was just something I wanted to share. That's kind of where a lot of this information I first started learning about that came from.
Christina.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Shattuck McNally. I think that's helpful to have that background. I think specific for the adaptive silviculture vapor pressure deficit topics, I think it would be helpful to give at least some structure on, like, is it more just information sharing, like awareness about these issues? Is there an action that the Forest Health Council would want to take based on these things? But I think having some specific asks or thoughts as to how we would use this information would be helpful in thinking about anytime we would, have some kind of action on this or convening. I think just having that thought of like, well, okay, how would we use this information? How does it benefit the Forest Health Council? And framing it that way would be really helpful. And I also think, again, like with the prioritization as a whole for what we're focused on, maybe that's the conversation too. I know we talked as a Forest Health Council about how we prioritize things for this year. And so it is a bigger conversation about priorities. I'm not saying we get rid of these and, say, okay, well, these aren't important, we got to move on. But I also think given how much things are changing and some of the just other priorities kind of coming up to the surface as a whole, like how do we deal with that as a Forest Health Council? And then that informs the State Forest Service for how we prioritize resources as well. And that helps. So thank you.
James.
Thanks. I think the last thing that I want to add to this conversation is I think Matt would not mind me saying he was very transparent in saying, let's see how this works. This was the first time the council adopted administrative recommendations. We've seen one out of the three pass super easily, and just working through those pitfalls in what is a pilot program here. And so maybe if we pursue these, we'll understand how to do them better. This council took this council took action to not do more again this last session. And so just kind of working through those challenges, I think Matt would say, let's see how this works. I think that's the way that he presented it, and making sure that this council knew that this is a pilot program and an initial first try at it. So.
Yeah, Brett and then Jody.
Yeah, I appreciate this conversation and really appreciate State Forest Service moving this forward, and also transparency about the challenges. I think just raising this a little bit, the interest in vapor pressure deficit seems to be the council wanting to know more about how climate and precipitation, in particular hotter summers, are changing our forests and our forests are dynamic. So I think moving away from like specific vapor pressure deficit is not something you can legislate, is an ecological process and a measurement that scientists take. And so if we want to learn more about that, that's great. James is already in touch with Sarah Hart. I'm sure she's got dozens of presentations where she already has given this and can come to a legislative committee meeting or another meeting and inform the council. So I think moving away from, if the council is interested in learning more about how forests change in relation to their climate, absolutely. That's pretty easy to call up a couple people and organize.
Okay. Jody.
So I appreciate this conversation. It's great. And I appreciate the Forest Service bringing up the capacity issues, because we all are aware of them, and definitely a different landscape than when we first recommended these. They came out of the Legislative Council, our committee, and were brought forward to the full council for approval. So we can always take back the two to the Legislative Committee for the summer and work with, James comes and Christina comes, and we can maybe work, we have a whole hour, we have some other agenda items coming, but we can put this on our agenda to kind of tweak and have a conversation and bring it back to the full council for further discussion. And if that helps with the conversation, and maybe we can dive into it a little deeper and discuss this. And I'm sure there's plenty of room on the agenda. I think we have at least the next 4 or 5 meetings full of stuff, but we can certainly get this on. So I just wanted to share and offer that.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. I was actually going to recommend something similar to that, and have Allison Lurch work with you, James, work with Christina as well for additional capacity, that you could all collaborate together and then come back to us and come with a recommendation. And but that could be done through the legislative committee too. But I just want to let you know that Allison's committed to work on these for additional help. So does that sound good? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Anything else on this topic? Okay, let's move along. And James, you're up again to give us an update on what's going on at the Capitol.
Thanks again, Director. And I think this will showcase kind of like where that priority setting is, because this has been, I've been at the Capitol, not in my official capacity as the liaison for State Forest Service, but as many of you probably know, I was a staffer at the General Assembly for 10 years prior to this. And this has easily been one of the most interesting sessions that I've got to watch. And so just wanted to talk briefly about some of the bills that this council has been interested in watching and give you updates on where we are. As Director Gibbs said, the legislature is in session for 7 more days. They constitutionally have to come to a close next Wednesday. And in that short time frame, a lot has already happened. So the budget has officially been signed. So all of those bills that, when I give updates to our friends on the legislative subcommittee, all those bills that were waiting for the budget to be done before we saw how much money was available to spend, those are starting to finally move, and they are moving extremely, extremely fast. The first bill that I wanted to talk about is Senate Bill 7. This was a bill that came out of the Wildfire Review Committee. It was designed to increase prescribed burns. As a reminder, this bill started with a $1 million transfer from the general fund. In discussions with the JBC, sponsors of that legislation heard loud and clear that that was too much money. They further revised it to only a $250,000 transfer to the general fund. Again, that was too much money, and actually on Wednesday this week, they further amended that bill to take out any money dedicated to that program, and that this new prescribed fire claims cash fund will be funded entirely using gifts, grants, and donations. And so that does change the calculus of that bill and how much is in that fund. Apart from that, the bill stands the way it is. It is a bill that's it's creating a new cash fund to let people do prescribed burns on their land, using that fund then to pay for damages should and if they occur. And it's also doing some reciprocity clauses for other burn bosses in other states to do work on our land. But apart from that, I think it's been really interesting to watch that go from a $1 million general fund all the way down to no money and using gifts, grants, and donations. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions on Senate Bill 7 from this committee, this council.
Any questions? Yeah, Katie?
Would it be open to, like, in the future when there's more funding available, the state could fund that? Or is this like permanently, it's only ever going to be gifts?
So that's a great question. And I think that is the question that this legislature has been trying to really toe the line with. There is a history and tradition at the state legislature that you don't obligate funds to future legislatures to do. This, however, has been an ongoing conversation, and there is language in there that says, subject to available appropriations, it could donate money. And I think you've seen both members on the left and the right argue that it's unfair to saddle like future legislators with that work. And so while it is passing, I think there is an unpopular favorability on that idea from the current legislature. But no, that's a great question, Katie. There is an opportunity for that to have money should there be any funds available.
Yeah, I mean, big picture, you have a couple different routes. Like, one, you could see if you could make this a priority for the governor and have that be part of the budget package. And if not, you could, run a bill and see, but with a tight budget, you have to figure out where the money's gonna come from. And you need like JBC support, and there's not pennies underneath the sofa, right? I mean, it's just a really tough budget this year and expected next year as well. So. Question, yeah, Commissioner.
Comment, I was gonna say, one thing we could do next year, we introduce a sweetened bill with additional features and benefits in it that are acceptable to JBC and the legislation. So that's multi-year planning, trying to get, I think this is a great bill. I'm disappointed at $0.
Yeah, I'd say the future is not impossible, it's just not easy. So, yeah. Okay, James, yeah, please continue.
Well said. The other one that I wanted to talk about is specifically about wildfire cameras. As a brief reminder, Senate Bill 11, it was initially trying to create a public-private partnership with the Department of Public Safety and specifically the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to find ways to implement wildfire camera detection. That ultimately hit a snag in the road when the governor did not like the way that this was being paid. And so that went through further work to amend it. And they tried to actually put that bill within our Colorado State Forest Service furworm grant or local incentives for local government grant program. In talking with sponsors and with governor's support, we were letting them know that there was no capacity, no resources available to actually carry out that bill within our grant program. And so they further amended it to put it back into a DFPC program. And the final strike below really just created a new fund in DFPC where, again, dollars may be used to fund the new program, but they did not provide any state dollars. And it creates the program with hopes that future funds may be available and should they be appropriated. I'll stop there for those two questions. I just wanted to let people know that specifically Senate Bill 7, the first bill that I talked about, has it's due to actually pass third and final reading today. I've been watching that calendar to see if it's going to move. Once it passes, and if it passes, all indications point that it will move over to the House to start that same process. And Senate Bill 11 has already passed its first chamber in the Senate and has already been introduced into the House where it is awaiting its House Finance Committee. So I'll stop there and ask if there's any questions on Senate Bill 11.
Okay, any questions in the room first on Senate Bill 11? Seeing none, Jody, question?
I just had a quick question, James, and I can ask a couple of different other lobbyists, but I have been working on amending this bill along as an individual commissioner, and I'm curious about whether they changed the definition of who was able to get access to the data and making sure that it wasn't, they had control still over who got access to the data and made sure it was more than just firefighters, but also Office of Emergency Management and first responders. I didn't know if that language got changed or not. I know it was supposed to, and I didn't get to follow up on that. So I'm just curious about that. I can follow up on it today, but I'm wondering if you knew and kind of make one thing off my list today. Thanks.
No, that's a great question. I actually was not watching that one. It was not one that I was watching. I'm happy to dig into that and send you some information offline, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So there's a few other bills that I wanted to talk about that don't really deal directly with this committee, but there's been a few that we've been watching. The first one is there was a bill introduced that changed the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. Many of you were watching this one. The bill started on a weird path and it has been amended. Basically, they were looking at changing who is on the makeup of that code board and what those definitions can and can't be and what was going to happen with that board moving forward. Ultimately, the sponsor was able to work with proponents of the original bill that created it, and they came together. There was a strike below amendment that took out all the language that was adding members and removing members, and basically what it's doing now is It's extending compliance timelines and allows a governing body, think like a fire district or other special districts, to contract to help with compliance enforcement. So I think that was a step in the right direction, as there was concerns on removing people and adding more people to that. That was Senate Bill 142.
Any
Perfect.
questions? No? Yes.
James, do you know if that's still looking at a 6-month extension or if that's changed?
I can double check. I think it was an
It's 9
extension.
months.
Yep, I was gonna
It's
say, I think
9
it was an
months.
extension further.
Like 3. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. The last bill that I want to talk to you guys about is one that this Forest Health Council really, it was their origin and the path that it took and where we are now. I do want to come with the caveat that it is not in the place that we want it to be, but this is going to be a discussion, I think, for this team to kind of look at. So House Bill 1078, the Forestry and Firefighter Workforce Education Bill. Again, this was the idea from our friend Carrie Rollins at the Colorado State University Extension Office in creating a pipeline for workforce development and giving the CSU Extension Office a whole list of things that they could do to get young people interested in forestry and firefighter programs. As this bill was moving through the process in the Wildfire Review Committee, a different component was added into that component that dealt specifically with firefighting training and other things related to firefighting. That initially cost $1.2 million. As I've been saying, you know, the prescribed fire burn started with 1 million and it got reduced down to 0. This one had a very challenging time finding support within the JBC to fund it, and furthermore, it found really hard support within the legislature to fund $1.2 million for this program. In a really strange turn of events, as far as I know, Department of Natural Resources was not aware of this move. The Department of Public Safety was not aware of this move. And actually, when I was at the Capitol on Monday, it sounds like even Senate sponsors might have not been directly involved with this, but there was a strike below amendment that basically completely changed what this bill does. The entire first section of this bill that deals with the extension services and the increase of opportunities for kids to get involved. Oh, am I back?
Up a little bit.
You're back now.
Perfect.
You froze for a minute, so maybe back up just a little bit.
Thanks. So section 1 was the part of the bill that dealt specifically with this extension and the opportunities for internships as well as a whole host of other things. That was completely stricken, and so that forestry component no longer exists within this bill, and now this bill is totally and completely a firefighter bill, and it's not even the same firefighter bill that was in this initial bill. So apart from striking out the forestry part, what this bill now actually does is it creates a new loan program to help fire departments basically do purchases, whether that's new equipment, whether that's updates on facilities, and a whole host of other things. And it's using money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to do that. It's a $50 million loan to DOLA to actually start that process. Much like the, I think, how do I want to say this? There was pause on both sides of the aisle in using the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to fund this loan program, because technically that money does belong to people in Colorado. It's just unclaimed. And so some people were arguing that it is taking money that belongs to citizens of Colorado to fund this program. I think the second thing that this bill is doing is it's it's supporting firefighters in buying their first home. It's a mortgage help program that's coming out of the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. So the CHFA is what it is. Will buy mortgages and offer special help like down payment assistance, especially for first-time home buyers. And this is specifically dedicated to firefighters. And so that bill is now and that is what we are looking at. That bill has already passed its first Appropriations Committee meeting. It has passed its second reading in the House, and it has passed its third and final reading in the House. So it is waiting for this new bill to start making its way through its second chamber over in the Senate. It has been introduced to the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee. It just does not have a date yet for that committee hearing, as far as I know. And so again, big change, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions, and I'm happy to kind of answer those as best as I can.
Thanks, James. Jody?
Yeah, thank you, James. And yeah, disappointing. I just want to give a little context. You know, the legislative committee, this came out of our idea, and then we reached out to CSU because we didn't want to recreate or bring an outside program in. So it started the legislative committee, and we thought, well, 4-H already has pathways for youth all the way from middle school all the way up, and how we could kind of bring these maybe paid internships. So that's kind of how that got started. And I appreciate Carrie Rowland. She put a lot of time and effort into that. And I appreciated her passion for it. The bill 1078 was coming out of the interim committee as we presented. You know, they only, and I know James probably knows this, but this is the legislators, there were a lot of new ones, and they liked all the bills. So they took one bill and our bill idea and merged them together, and they didn't quite fit. And so that's how that bill kind of got combined, so they could get under their what 10 or 5 bills they could have, and that's how they kind of got to it. So it was awkward from the beginning. I don't know, James, I'm sure you shared this, happened Friday morning, came out, and when I met face to face with 2 of the sponsors, one of the Senate and the House sponsors face to face on Sunday night, they had no idea. I mean, I was texting them Friday like, what's going on? And can I see the strike below? And they were not even aware. And as I understand, well, I've been learning more about where this came from, and that's maybe another discussion for another day. But this is, as we talk about the legislative committee, just want to make sure everyone knows we still like this idea, and it's on our list or our recommendations that we all approved to kind of still look at this workforce component. But I just wanted to kind of share that there's a lot of people scratching their heads going, what is going on, and can we actually do this? And I especially when it's such a completely different bill than what was introduced, and I have never seen anything. Well, I don't know. This is just something I've not seen before. So I just wanted to share, and that's since 2009, 10, working on some other bills education wise. So I just wanted to share that as just a head scratcher for me as well. Thank you. And James, you did a great job. I appreciate it.
Thanks. And just in that same vein, the commissioner is absolutely right. I saw the bill up for debate in appropriations, and I heard that there was a strike below, and I was like, what's going on? And then in an even stranger turn of events, there are certain rules once a bill passes through a committee, it has to stay on the calendar one day before going through its second reading. They actually suspended the rules by a voice vote in order to get that bill done on the same day. Basically, things are moving a lot quicker now that there's only 7 days left in session. And so that bill was changed on the day, and it passed in 2 days, and it's over into that second chamber. So, yep. And just like the commissioner, I think there was a lot of confusion, and even some confusion from the sponsors in the Senate. So.
Mark Morgan.
Yes, this is very disappointing to me. I championed this. I tried to work pretty hard on this process as well. And buying equipment or whatever this bill is going to do isn't your problem. Your problem is developing the workforce and the personnel and the interest in this state. I mean, to me, it just seems like my first response is, that's nice, but we're not addressing the problem we were trying to address. So I guess, and I understand that money wise is tight, and the original proposal was, call it overpriced or whatever, or maybe too aggressive. But the problem remains the same. You have to have the workforce to do the work that all this planning is going towards, and right now you don't have it. So however we choose to address that is still a problem.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for working on this bill too. Any other, yeah?
I guess I just would say, you know, since this was something that we really pushed forward, and Mark Morgan really had a lot of input on it, and I know he's said many times that he's been working on this for years. And as those of us that were on the tour yesterday, the same thing was mentioned locally, you know, from JR and Andre. The workforce is just not there. Whether it's in the timber industry or it's the foresters, you know, the workforce is not there. So what are we gonna do? I don't think we can just say, okay, well, this one didn't work and we're not gonna continue. I think we need to create a plan to put something else in place for next year.
Definitely deserves a priority for sure, yeah. Any other comments on this? Gene, do you have any other bills you want to cover, or is that everything?
That's everything that this committee has been interested in my conversations with the legislative committee.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for these updates. We appreciate that. Next up, we now have Commissioner Shattuck McDaniel, who will go over the legislative committee updates. So that kind of ties right into James's updates.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Like I said, we have just people, we're in the middle of a sim. We have a wildfire happening right now with 60-mile-per-hour gusts. And so we're pretending it's real. So I just wanted to share, if I get distracted, I apologize. I want to just first off, as always, thank the members of the legislative committee. We're still meeting every 2 weeks and having pretty robust conversations. And I just wanted to thank them for their dedication. We're a very great group. We always come to consensus, and we have great conversations with diverse perspectives. And I just value each and every one of them, because we are spending a lot of time together, and they put in a lot of time and effort into it. I want to thank them for that. I want to just remind Commissioner Medina, who's on the committee, we did make this workforce, if this didn't pass, we did put this as a recommendation that was approved by the General Counsel to have this as a priority for next year, and how that's going to look, we'll work over the summer. So it's something that workforce has remained a focus of the legislative committee, and I just want to remind you all about that, because it's something we have worked and talked about since day one. We made some great strides. We're still on track to have an educational breakfast session at the beginning of the year for the legislative session in 2026, probably the end of January. And Courtney and I have been working and connecting with folks, and we know when we can make that first call and try to schedule with the schedulers to get that time scheduled, and get probably on the balcony floor between the two chambers is where we're going to have it. And hopefully, if everything goes as planned. And we have some already folks who have said they would donate or help purchase the food and bring some information together. So we feel we've got some of the costs covered. And we hope, and fingers crossed, that this would be one of the Wednesday, Thursdays, or Fridays, the last 2 weeks of January, and we'll try to get this in the beginning of the session. And Christina Briuri and I are going to work on, as a subcommittee of the subcommittee, we're going to meet, since we kind of, she's just up the canyon from me, and work on providing some of the education pieces that we're going to present on and share with you all as we bring that all together. And we're going to do that over the summer. So that's the first thing I wanted to share that we've been working on as a legislative committee. We've also been looking at adjusting our calendar we have that calendar that we try to backwards plan on the budget and get those presentations and look. And again, just to remind you all, we have the 2026 legislative priorities already approved from the full council, and we're now looking at 2027, but we can certainly add some of the things from the discussion today. And I appreciate everyone's insights on that. It's really important and great work. We also I've just been looking at what topics and things we want to discuss going forward for the next session. So if you have some ideas or things you'd like to come present or bring, the meeting's always open to the public, and you're always all welcome to come and join us every other Friday at 8:30 to 9:30 on in the morning on Zoom. So one other topic I'm going to make this short because I know we're a little behind, but we're always open to if you have questions offline about this. We are talking about the ideas of possible federal policy engagement. And I've been doing that as an individual commissioner. Actually, today there's a lot of activity offline between commissioners to, as individual commissioners, signing on and having share our concerns about the Save Our Forests Act. And that is something that we're sending a letter tomorrow morning to our 2 senators. And those commissioners are acting individually in that capacity. So just want to share that with the commissioners in the room. If you haven't seen that, I believe it's been circulated, but they're brought up some conversation about the legislative committee exploring that. We've talked with the Attorney General's office. What is the scope of that? Allison Lurch and Courtney have been helping us ask those questions and explore that. And feeling that maybe that is something that as a legislative committee, we'd like to look at maybe adding that to the charter and exploring that and weighing in on some of these federal policies as impacting our forests and our partnerships. And wanted to bring that up today to the full council and ask what you think about that, and maybe getting permission to add that, expand our charter to add that kind of activity, so that we can weigh in and bring some recommendations to the full Forest Council for us to engage in. I think it's another changing landscape that we need to get involved with. So that's mostly what I wanted to share. As you know, we're very disappointed with some of the activities and the legislative committee and work, and some of the progress on the bills was certainly something out of left field for a lot of us, but we're bound and determined to keep the conversations happening. And also, I think the education at the General Assembly and that breakfast, which I hope you all will join us, will be really critical for helping educate our lot of new legislators about the importance of the work, the Forest Health Council, and the work that the DNR and the State Forest Service and everyone, all the partners in the room, the partnerships and the amazing work that I believe Colorado is leading the way on in a lot of ways. So Allison, is there anything else you wanted to add to the federal policy conversation? And I'm not sure how we thought we would change kind of the charter for the legislative committee to add so we can have these discussions and then bring them forward to the full Forest Health Council.
Thanks, Commissioner. I don't have anything to add. I think this is the first step, is the consensus and discussion amongst the council, whether we feel it's an appropriate change.
So let's just open it up to see what you all think. Should we be engaged with federal bills, policies, and so forth, or not? Yeah.
My only question would be, Mr. Chairman, do we have the bandwidth?
Yeah, I mean, I think we at the DNR, we have a specific person that's dedicated to looking at everything going on at the federal level, because we're asked to weigh in on different resource management plans and policies. We do have, I know Carly Brown with us, she'll chat next. Good, thanks for joining us, Carly, and she'll talk about the Fix Our Forests Act that Senator Hickenlooper is working on, but that's something like sometimes their office will reach out to us and say, hey, we're working on the concept, what do you think? Or get input on the front end. So I know, like, for our department, we're engaged at the federal level all the time.
Great.
Yeah.
And we have been engaging with our federal policy person at the executive director's office. And, Lacey has the capacity to be able to be present at our quarterly meetings, but yes, she is quite busy on many other things. And so that capacity question is important, but that's why it's really nice. We have our legislative committee that does meet every 2 weeks. So if there are more pertinent questions or things that arise, that committee could also be there at more of a cadence to be able to talk through or read through or respond to some of those needs.
So full context.
Yeah, and just in addition, really quick, I think we mentioned that Matt McCombs is in DC right now, but you know, through his association of state foresters nationally, I know that they are also engaged with federal level issues that pertain to forest health issues. And Christina, I think you're engaged with that as well, and I think James as well too. So I know that State Forest Service is really an important partner of the DNR. So we really work hard to collaborate together and share information that, you know, they may hear about something first or we may hear something and we share information and go back and forth and stuff.
Yeah, appreciate the background. And the
Yeah, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think it aligns with what we're doing already to some extent. I guess there needs to be a boundary for where we go from providing technical and factual information on behalf of the state and then where that goes in support of any specific legislation. I mean, there are other organizations that have their oar in the water that are trying to get legislation passed or before blocked or amended. So I think changing the charter, if we can do it legally for the legislative committee, would make sense.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Abe Layton from Douglas County, and I just have to thank the legislative committee and this entire group and the staff for just wanting to engage and find the right policy and the dollars where you can find it. As a county, we've been out to visit the Department of the Interior recently with the change in administration, as well as the State Forest Service. And their comment is, if you look at the country nationally, there's only two places that are hotter, brighter, and redder than any other place, and it's California, and right here, it's Colorado. So they are deeply concerned directly from the highest levels of leadership about forest health. And I think there's a real desire for some engagement with Colorado on this issue because it's a massive national threat, not only from a wildfire perspective, but from an air quality standpoint. You know, one catastrophic wildfire is worse than a year of car emissions. So Commissioner Shadegg McNally, I fully support that notion of perhaps expanding our charter to engage with the federal government. And I would add, I'm deeply disappointed that, you know, this group has worked so hard. It's for whatever reason, our state legislators have not responded to the call. So I think we need to find a way to be much more clear about what we need to accomplish and begin that process early. I'm in my 7th year as commissioner, and we know that the process does not start when session starts. We need to have the conversations with the governor's office now. I mean, we're executive, we're part of that in this group, so those conversations start now through the summer, and then start finding some sponsors in the early fall so that, you know, we can hit the ground running with those things that are really important to us. But I think we heard limited bandwidth. You know, we don't meet all the time every day. And so I think being very crisp and clear about what we want to recommend is critically important. So just huge kudos to everybody, and I'm here to support any way we can.
That's great. Anyone online have any comments regarding this? I'll just say I agree with. Oh, I'm sorry, James.
Thanks, Director. I think while the legislative state report was quite gloomy, I should have mentioned a few things, that it wasn't all bad news for us. I think the legislature is doing the best with what they have. And in saying that, are important programs that do the work that you guys are most dedicated to, like CoSwap was not defunded. It didn't lose any funding dollars. Important programs like our furworm and our Healthy Forest Vibrant Communities did not lose any dollars. They were cutting programs and dollars left and right. And thankfully, about $10 million of State Forest Service work was left whole. And I know that the CoSwap program was left whole too. So I just want to make sure that our friends in the legislature know that they're in a tough position, and that at least for right now, they did the best they could in making sure that our programs remained as good as they could in this challenging budget year too.
Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah. Follow up.
Yeah, just a quick follow up on that, James. So I agree with that. Is the bottom line for us that if it has a fiscal note, it's not going to pass? right now, I mean, that's really good news that nothing got cut, but if we're asking for things that have a fiscal note, is it sort of dead on arrival right now?
I don't want to say yes, but that's what indications are pointing towards. I think the JBC is looking at longer term strategic systemic cuts where it could open up some legislative appropriations, but I don't want to speak out of turn, but that's the way it's looking, but that could change.
Great, thanks. And just really quickly, I agree with this. I think we're already doing a lot of this anyways, and I think it's a really important nexus to work with our federal partners and really have us weigh in. So with that, we're gonna check with legal, but I'd feel more comfortable if we had a motion just to make sure we're on the same page of
I'll
supporting.
make that motion. I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
And I wanted to just, I was getting ready to do that. I want to make a motion to the 404 South Council to support the legislative committee to add engaging in federal policy work and advocacy that we report back to the full Forest South Council as well.
Okay.
And approve.
Okay, there's a motion, multiple seconds, including Mark. Any discussion quickly, no?
Yeah, just real quick, I mean, clearly the federal partners will have to abstain.
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
discussion, so just wanted to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, the federal partners are definitely abstaining from this, yeah. Mark Morgan, were you seconding?
I would second it, and I would also say that we can't not do this because of, last I checked, I think our forests are 76% federally owned here in this state. I think that's correct. It's pretty close to that. And how can we do our job for forest health if we don't engage directly with our federal partners? I think we have to. I would say.
Okay, great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And then we're recognizing the federal partners are abstaining. So next up, I know Carly Brown is with us from Senator Hickenlooper's office, talk about Fix Our Forest Act. I know you're on a tight schedule, so you have to be out of there by 11, so we'll turn it over to you. I just want to also thank Lisa Poole for joining us as well from Senator Hickenlooper's office, who joined the tour yesterday. It was great to see you, Lisa. So Carly, Lisa, the floor is yours.
Great, and thank you so much for having us. I am gonna, like you just acknowledged, have to hop in a couple of minutes, but Lisa's very well versed in Fix Our Forest as well. I'm based in DC. I work on public lands and forests and water and all natural resource issues for Senator Hickenlooper. So pleased to be able to work with many of you on this call, and excited to tell you what we have working on Fix Our Forest, and hopefully we can continue the conversation with this larger group as well. Many of you might be familiar with Fix Our Forest already, either the House version or even our Senate version, which was just introduced 2 weeks ago. But the Fix Our Forest Act, both bills have this common thread of having a bipartisan approach to address the escalating wildfire crisis across the West, but obviously in Colorado, we feel it incredibly acutely. And that's what really brought Senator Hickenlooper to the table on this, is he wanted to be part of the solution. We also know, however, that the House bill had a number of concerning provisions. We heard about this from folks in Colorado, from environmental stakeholders, from a number of our fellow members of the Democratic caucus. And because of that, we wanted to engage in a bipartisan bill here in the Senate that took the beginnings of work on making permitting move faster, for wildfire resilience projects, and then make that work better for both actual implementation, but also for the state of Colorado. So we have worked closely with partners in Utah with Senator Curtis's office, Montana, Senator Sheehy, and California, Senator Padilla, in this bipartisan version of the Senate Fix Our Forest Act, which has a number of provisions that we believe will strengthen wildfire resilience through better forest management, improving community preparedness, enabling prescribed burns, and having other risk reduction strategies. We've made sure that the elements of the bill that speak to planning at the fireshed level, which is this large scale 385,000 acre level, includes additional opportunities for engagement with state and local and water manager leaders that do the work on the ground to better implement the type of projects that we want to see to build wildfire resilience. And we've also addressed many of the concerns that we've heard when it comes to the litigation section being overly restrictive on the courts, limiting their ability to find things even unlawful if an agency carries out an action. Instead, we've expressly retained the court's ability to act under the Administrative Procedures Act. So removing something that would have been very objectionable for our office and for a number of other offices here in the Senate. Ultimately, we also saw that the House bill did have enough, it had a bit of pushback here in the Senate, but we also felt that under the a severe wildfire season, which it looks like we could be headed into one, that the leadership here in the Senate could put that bill to a vote, and we would not have that opportunity to have the in-depth conversation about what should be done to improve that policy. So we wanted to do that on the front end in a bipartisan manner, and feel that we've done so. When it comes to categorical exclusions, the Senate bill will help expedite the permitting process by expanding a number of categorical exclusions, including the wildfire resilience CE, the fuel break CE, and insect and disease from 3,000 to 7,000 or to 10,000 acres. There's other CEs that are in the House bill that are somewhat different. For example, the Lake Tahoe Protection Act CE, and the House bill would have applied that broadly nationwide. We didn't think that was appropriate because the Lake Tahoe Protection Act has a number of guardrails within that bill itself. We think that these type of projects can be carried out using the wildfire resilience CE or other CEs that I named. And also there's a sage grouse and mule deer CE that is expanded from the existing level of 4,500 acres. It would be expanded up to 7,500 acres. The House bill would have expanded it to 10,000 acres. That also needed a technical fix. So with those are examples of how we sort of took a closer look at what made sense when it comes to expanding the permitting provisions in the House bill, and we tailored them to be better suited to implementation. Another difference in the House bill is that it says that all fireshed management projects, which are defined under the bill, are considered authorized projects for CEs, which is confusing from an implementation standpoint, as well as raising a litany of questions about what that, including concerning ones. We think that it's just clearer to direct the agencies to use at least one CE in a fireshed management area, which, as I said, is about 385,000 acres. It's a really large scale, but it's the fireshed management areas will be those in the top 20% highest risk of wildfire risk and conflict for communities. I'm happy to go a little bit more into these. As you can probably tell, I do love to do so, but I did want to just hit really high level too. There's other provisions in here I want to make sure that you're aware of. There's a bill which the Colorado State Forest Service has been really helpful to us on in the past, the Reforestation Nurseries and Genetic Resources Support Act, which would allow grants to states, private, local, and tribal nurseries to help us and the federal government increase our reforestation capacity. There's also a Wildfire Intelligence Center, which would better coordinate information about wildfires for coordination and response at the federal agency level, but with states included as non-voting board members, so pulling in everybody's information. And like I said earlier, prescribed burns and community wildfire risk reduction provisions to help improve defensible space. So I am butting up against my hard stop, but I'll pause now to see if there's any initial questions, and then I maybe can defer other ones to Lisa.
Great. Any initial questions for Carly in the room or online? Yeah, many of us are familiar with this. Jody, question?
I just wanted to flag that we have questions that we'll be presenting and sending over with more than probably 15 county commissioners assigned on that letter. And so I just individually wanted to just kind of flag that and hope that our questions in the letter could maybe be addressed. So I won't take more time here. Thank you.
Thank you. We would be pleased to take a look at that and schedule a follow-up call.
Yeah, Jody, I'd be curious too to see what that letter looks like, what questions you have, maybe some of us in the room.
Yeah, I can text that over to you, Dan.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Carly, thank you for that. It's an honor and a pleasure to meet with Senator Hickenlooper when we get to DC, and certainly with your staff here locally. We had a conversation with him briefly in DC about once again supporting through congressional directed spending some specific fire mitigation requests, and to go back to the issue of can't have forest health if everything's on fire. So if we do have a shovel-ready project ready to go, how much latitude do we have, and are there timelines associated with the congressional directed spending that you might be interested in?
Yeah, let me take that as a sort of a broad question and a more pointed question on the congressional directed spending. So I'll start with the more acute level response, which is that your CDS project would be under our staff level review over the coming weeks. The Appropriations Committee has sent us their deadlines for when we need to get information to them. What we do on our side is we work through all the projects and we send up our list of recommendations to the senator. I also see Brett on here. You know, Senator Hickenlooper is a big supporter of the SWARES. That's another on the programmatic side of the appropriations process, something that we look at and help advocate for. So the answer is that we're working on that in the next several weeks. And I don't know the exact timeline that you would hear back from us on your CDS project, but you will be in the system. And please follow up with me and Lisa if you want us to do a double check on that project in particular. When it comes to appropriations more broadly, I think it's really important to acknowledge that we need funding to get this work done. We totally understand and recognize that. And that's something that we're going to continue to push for here in the Senate and with our partners. You know, we at every time that we sat down with the Democratic and Republican leads for the Senate FOHA bill, we made really clear that funding needs to be part of the conversation now and going forward. And I think that they heard us really clearly on that, you know, no matter what chaos might be in play, like we all care about getting wildfire resilience work done, and we're going to continue to ask that they work with us to help secure appropriations to address wildland fire. So that's the task ahead, and we're going to continue to fight for that in the approps process.
That's amazing. Just a quick follow-up on that, Chair, if I may, is, you know, we're the vice chair of the Metro Area County Commissioners. We represent over half the state's population right now. And in concert with, I think, the great work that's happening here, we have the state's only dedicated county HELATAC team. We put out 34 wildfires this last year, 9 of which were out of county. And we're really interested and actually have support from our metro area counties, specifically Jefferson and Broomfield right now, around amplifying that regional support around the Denver metro area. And, you know, suburban fires are real. We learned that after the Marshall fire, and they're catching on too. So we do have a shovel-ready project where we can house either the Firehawk and or our dedicated HELATAC team to serve the entire region right now. So I just want to give you a heads up that congressional directed spending request is in or should be in here shortly. And certainly would look to the support of the Forest Health Council on that project.
All right. Well, thank you again. I just wanted to get to say goodbye. I apologize for dropping off, but Lisa will be able to stay for more questions.
Thanks, Carly. Thanks, Carly. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay. Any further questions on this bill? I know Lisa can help answer anything as well. But I think it's probably something that the Ledge Committee can look into a little bit more, especially now that we're in the federal space. So
thanks so much to the state for all your support and ongoing support for this, and you know, helping to kind of get into the nitty-gritty of the bill text. And Really great to see Governor Polis's support too. So thanks again for having me yesterday. Really learned a lot, and feel free to reach out. I think some of you have my email address, but it's lisa_poole@hickenlooper.senate.gov. So please reach out if you have any questions. Looking forward to seeing that letter from the county commissioners, and can certainly schedule any follow-up meetings on Fix Our Forest Act. This will, timeline-wise, the Fix Our Forest Act we're hearing it will likely go to markup in the Senate Ag Committee sometime this work session. And then from there are just many competing priorities for the Senate floor. So we'll see what happens. And I'm sure it also depends on the wildfire season ahead.
Great. Well, thanks, Lisa, again for joining us yesterday as well as today. And we look forward to collaborating with you moving forward. And we have your info, so it's good.
Thanks again.
Yeah, definitely. So with that, let's take a little break and come back, and we'll have the leveraging committee with Katie. And let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:15. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
on the board for our business tomorrow morning, so I just wanted a variety of things. So I'm pretty easy. I just figured bakery cookies is what I wanted. Do I need to do that, or can you just? Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Hey, everyone,
Small person on the screen.
we're back online here and in person, so next, Katie, you're gonna be giving us an update from the committee on leveraging resources, so.
Yes, thank you. I will keep this one pretty quick. So we've continued to work toward our sort of overarching goal that we set for the year of aligning funding sources with forest planning needs for ease and equity of access. I feel like leveraging resources now more than ever is super important as we face like really intense uncertainty and funding shortages and such. So I'm really excited about the work of this committee. We recently had a presentation from the Restore grant. So we kind of talked about how that grant can address some of the common challenges associated with accessing funding. So we talked about how common barriers to funding include capacity, things like compiling plans, prioritizing landscapes, gathering data, translating that data, et cetera. All of the capacity that comes before you typically get the grant. We talked about the challenge of match. We talked about the challenge of timeline lags. So from preparing your projects to be able to apply for something and then submitting the application and waiting on the application and hearing back and then getting reimbursed. That's a common issue with funding. And then also we talked about the stages of readiness and how funding sources typically do not focus much on those earlier stages of readiness. And so in that Restore presentation, we heard just one example of a kind of innovative grant program that's trying to address some of those challenges. And then as a committee, we're going to continue that discussion by thinking through like, what can we do about this? Like, how can we think big to make things more easy and accessible to the groups doing work on the ground? So if you're interested in those conversations, we would love to have you on our committee. We meet once a month on the second Monday, I think. You can email me or Courtney. We would be happy to get you on the committee with us. And then the other thing I want to talk about, I'm very pleased to present, so in our last meeting, we finally approved the Colorado Forest Resilience Planning Guide. So I'm very excited about that. And we have some new outreach materials available. So for those in person, I'm going to pass around this beautiful 4-pager that we made. Ooh, wow. Please take one, pass it around. If you want to take a couple, share with your friends. We're pretty excited about that. The actual document is close to 100 pages, which we know and we have heard is a little bit overwhelming to navigate for people, even though once you get into the 100 pages, it really is, easily navigable, but we know that it can be overwhelming to look at. So we made this 4-pager. We thought this would be a good way to kind of introduce people quickly to the guide, share what's in it, kind of share how to navigate it. So we're excited about that. We also recently, through the Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network, put on a presentation about the Forest Resilience Planning Guide. So we gave an overview of what it is, and then we gave kind of a tour of like, here's how you use it. So that presentation is available on YouTube, which you can also share. The slides are available. We're trying to make everything available so that anyone in this room, anyone outside of this room can share this far and wide. So for those who are not in person, I've asked Brett to link to a resources page. It's just a Google Doc that I made. Eventually we're gonna, I think, put all this on the Colorado State Forest Service website, but we need to make sure that it goes through the accessibility checks and stuff. So in the meantime, this Google Doc has links to the official guide, the presentation on the guide, the 4-page summary, pretty much everything you can think of related to it. So please visit that, take those resources, use them, share them. So that's our big update. I want to end with a short discussion. One is, are there any other outreach materials or resources that would be helpful for you all to get the word out about the Forest Resilience Planning Guide? And also, how can our two committees and the broader Forest Health Council work together to maximize the reach and impact of this guide. We had sort of started to have a discussion on that last time, but we ran out of time, so I wanted to open it up again. One of the things we talked about a lot with the Forest Resilience Planning Guide is how one of the target audiences for it is people at the local level who are trying to build up a forest resilience plan and create a collaborative effort. But the other audience for it is these resource allocators. So people like the Forest Health Council, people like the state legislature, people like funders. How can we help those people to tie into where they can help at different parts of the forest resilience planning process? So I'll stop there and see if anyone has any ideas or if anyone else from the committee wants to add to my very quick update.
Great, thanks, Katie. Folks in the room or online, any questions or comments? It looks like maybe Mark Morgan, no? You're just looking at the document. Okay, yeah, you do.
I just think your single biggest target for all of this information is your legislature. I think at this point, I really do.
Yeah, I think we've talked a lot about that as an opportunity to kind of share this with the legislature. Do you have specific ideas for how we might do that, or how the legislative committee might get involved, or anyone else have ideas for that? Because I agree, I think that's an audience that we don't want to miss out on.
Just in addition to that, I would like to say that I think the legislative breakfast is an opportunity. And that's a lot of one-on-one contact, a lot of close information transfer. That's kind of a statement. I think this also has value to Congress. And our representatives can distribute it out to the right committee people. And at the grassroots level, we can add an article about the changes in our county magazine.
Oh, that would be
send that out. So put that in the hopper with our information people. Also, I want to overlook HOAs, homeowners associations, local groups, collaboratives, of course. We have a well-developed network here in Colorado. But I don't know if it exists in other states, so I think we should be proud of it. This is part of one of the pieces that goes to make that work well.
Just
Yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking along the same lines as Clyde with respect to the press release. Since this is a product of the Leveraging Resources Committee, should the press release come from DNR? Should it come from that committee? I'm trying to dovetail with Wendy's presentation today, like where does it belong, right? Or like individual partners could promote it, certainly. But this is big deal and you guys did a great job, so thank you for that.
Probably be the DNR, but let me talk to our town folks and see how we can amplify it and stuff.
Yeah, I think social media, all that stuff along with the press release, right?
Yeah, and also many counties have wildlife advisory boards as part of the Board of County Commissioners. And those are always looking into new communications. They're always having close contact with the public at farmers markets. And I know that's with DOW, we have bring in the furs and adults and have a table at farmers market, educate people about wildfire and nature and living in the mood. A lot of places.
Yeah.
Yeah, the county commissioner, different associations are.
CCI.
Yeah, those I think are a really good audience for this that I have not forgotten. I haven't reached out to them yet. I see a hand on the line and then.
Yeah, let's do Eric first and then who online?
Lindsay.
Lindsay, okay. Okay, Eric and then Lindsay.
I agree with all the suggestions too. And you may already have these connections, but I'm taking with CSU Extension would be another good group taking it with. distribution and so.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick question.
Yeah,
After.
let's go Lindsay and then we, yeah. Lindsay, you're up.
Thanks. Just following up, I think, on what everyone else said, we have quite a few platforms related to water and pretty avid readers, happy to help promote on there. There's so much overlap. It's not a hard sell to convince them to click on one more link, and it's such a great resource. So please just loop us in when we can be a part of that outreach effort.
Great,
Yeah, definitely.
thanks, Lindsay. Yeah.
I just attended the Colorado Partners in the Outdoors Conference as well, which is Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and it's seemed very focused on recreation from my outsider's perspective. And we had a whole discussion about how all of those collaboratives could also use this as a resource. So I've got them on the brain too.
Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just was wondering, who is the audience for this? You said legislators might be.
Yeah, we've got kind of two different audiences. I think they're outlined on the front of that. But one audience is people at, we usually say like the county or multi-county level roughly, who are trying to create a forest resilience plan for their community and bring together the right partners. So that's like one audience. And I think that was our original audience. And then as we were developing it, we realized that these resource allocators are a second audience that's really important because it can show them like, oh, if your community is here, here are the resources that you can inject to really boost them the best. So that would be like funders, legislators, county commissioners, whoever allocates resources across the state. And Brett is really good at speaking to that if he has anything to add.
Put you on the spot, yeah.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, I was trying to grab the language and copy it in the chat so people could see how we explicitly acknowledge that. But yeah, I appreciate this conversation and that other people find it valuable. And I agree. I'm really eager. It's going to provide value, and we've done a lot of outreach with people on the ground doing the work. But I think the most impactful audience is what we're calling resource allocators. So that is state legislature and governor's office. But also, it's not just financial resources. There are other technical resources and lots of other things we can leverage that people have a lot of decision authority over to change. And I think this guide provides a really great document to have those resource allocators work together with the people that are implementing things on the ground and provide a common language for people to talk across those and work better together. Because we all want to achieve resilient forests. I think this is hopefully a framework for people to do that. So I would appreciate how the leveraging or the legislative committee would like to engage with this. If we can turn the guide into some kind of legislation, there could also just be education, but I could see, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'm interested to explore what that might look like.
Well, the reason I asked, I mean, the real question is, this is a tough one because I can tell you guys put a ton of work into this, and this is so wonderful that you're so committed to this. When you're talking about resource allocators, you're talking about elected officials that have decision-making authority. And you have about 8 seconds with them, max. So if you took a poll of every single legislator down at the Capitol, how much time they're going to spend with this document, I would give it less than 8 seconds. And this doesn't tell me anything. As a decision maker, I see it's a wall of text. And like, hey, here's how you gather people to talk about things. What's the what? I mean, I hate to be so direct and candid, but the legislator is going to say, what are you asking me to do? What's the what here? And this body is a body of experts that are far more wise about these issues than I will ever be. And I would really look to this group to say, what are you asking us to do? I mean, the specific example, I'll refer to Clyde's comment to the HOAs. We have an in-kind match in Douglas County where we provide 50% funding to any large landowner to mitigate their densely wooded areas. So we communicate that not as a county, but through the HOAs and the homeowners association to a call to action. Sign up, we'll match you 50% and get that densely wooded area that Rainbow just completely addressed. So it's just something to say, if we have dedicated state funding, I just wish we had a greater attention span from our legislators to look at something. So that's my only comment, with a lot of thanks. I know you guys put a ton of work into it. I saw your, it's great, but.
No, I really appreciate that feedback, and I think, yeah, I mean, even distilled down, it's still kind of text heavy, and you weren't able to see in the first 8 seconds who the audiences were. I think that's where like the committee's continued engagement would be to like boil down, like, okay, we have this, we know what we want to ask for, and how can we, like, through the legislative committee, turn that into a specific recommendation.
Yeah, that'd be good to work towards, yeah, for sure.
Question, Mr. Chair and Katie, is there an opportunity maybe to build one pagers that have the call to action based upon this, depending on the specific issue that falls within the whole planning document? Because it seems to me, to your point, I mean, that's what I do for a living is government relations, and I crank out a lot of one pagers across the West, primarily on legislative issues, but I thought the very same thing. This is a really great document for somebody who's going to sit down and say, I want to know more, but they're not going to read the 100. But yeah, you can't give this to a legislator and expect them to get through the top 2 paragraphs, because there aren't enough pictures. I'm sorry. Or bullet points.
Which is sad. We're
we're
slow. I mean, I'm not a legislator, I'm a decision maker, and it's, what are you asking us to do?
Yeah, what's
my budget is
call to
almost $1 billion with a B. I need one other vote on a board of 3 to make something happen. If I go to a work session and say, this is what I'm gonna do, what is that? You know, is it biochar? Is it a Helitac team? Is it dedicated in-kind match? I mean, that's stuff when we have a work session, we can post it and make a decision. And so just give it to them right at the top. Call to action, and don't be afraid to ask them to do stuff.
Yeah, and I think there are lots of calls to action within the guide. It's not just like, use the guide. It's like, hey, we made this guide. We went through it and found like all these ways that you can support, like here's one for Douglas County, here's one, you know, so it would be, it would be substantive.
And Mr. Chair and Katie, I don't know if this would be helpful because I've been trying to find a place where I can fit and help. But I do have resources at my disposal where maybe I could work with you and your committee on some sort of a one-pager template. So that when you have an issue, we just have to kind of fill in that, is there a chart or is there a picture, you know, what is the ask, but you have the one-pager template already to go. It's in, you know, it looks like the way we want it to look. And then, you know, we have the ability to just kind of plug and play, so to speak.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I'd love to enlist you for your assistance for that.
Happy to do that.
Cool.
And also just thinking this could be a nice tie into legislative committee too for preparation as well. Also.
Well, and especially if the Forest Health Council has priorities every year that comes out of this process, to identify them on maybe a one-pager and says, here are our 3 priorities. And then we have specific one-pagers for each of those items, if there are 3 or if there are 4. More than that would be too many. I think that's a place where I can relate to how.
Yeah, I was thinking, kind of tying back to our conversation earlier and our conversation we're about to have about the 30-year vision. I think our priorities, like with the vapor pressure deficit meeting and kind of figuring out like, what is the purpose and like, what is our theme each year? And like, I think once we have our 30-year vision and some actions leading into that, we can inject information from this to figure out where exactly we want to direct those resources and recommendations. So I think, yeah, it could help us kind of narrow in as a health council.
That's awesome. Well, thanks to you and the committee for great work on all this, and yeah, look forward to seeing how you refine this a little bit more too. And thank you, Lynn, for your assistance and expertise. Yeah, that's great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna transition over. We're really excited to have Becca Smolsky with us to continue to work on our 30-year vision for Forest Health. And Becca, you've been working with us on this for over about a little over a year.
July, I think.
Yeah, last July, yeah. So thank you for all your work and engaging with everyone on this. And I'll turn it over to you. We have about 90 minutes or so dedicated to this, and we're also going to be having lunch brought in too. And we thought we could be productive and try to have like a working lunch type stuff too, so we can be efficient with our time. And so for the folks online, we'll keep you updated, but there may be a point that we'll have to just kind of get up for a couple of minutes to grab our lunches and stuff, and then get back to work. And but for the folks online, feel free to grab your own lunch, obviously when you need to. And Becca, I know you'll give us an overview of what we're doing, but I understand there's going to be kind of smaller work group type stuff too. So let me just turn it over to you.
Yeah, I will walk you guys through it, but first you may have to bear with me while I walk through getting the screen share right. Obviously, I already am interrupting that here in the room slightly. With just trying to make sure this shows up, we still see people. Is that kind of an okay view? We can't quite see everybody, but is that close enough for now? Maybe close enough for council work?
Yeah.
I think that works. Okay. All right, so thank you for having me here. And first thing that I want to do is actually formally get the vision piece adopted. I did bring a set of posters for people who have a place to put them, but I don't want to give those out until it's actually been approved, because if you guys are like, then we might have to, well, I don't know what I'll do, I might just walk out, but so I'm gonna go through that vision adoption fairly quickly, but I will go over it all. And then we're gonna focus our time on shorter term goals and actions and kind of the 3 to 5 year time horizon. And I'll walk you through what we're looking for with that. And we'll have a little bit of self-reflection time on the work that's been done so far and what's been gathered, and give you guys at least a good 15 minutes. That'll probably be our chance to also do a bio break and grab your food, to jot down specific things that you see related to the vision. And then in order to facilitate breakout groups, we are actually going to need to hop into another Zoom space. So what that is going to require is a little bit of creativity on our part to get into that Zoom space. It'll be really easy if you're already online, and I'll just drop that in the chat. And many of you who are in the room also already have your laptops up and are logged in. If you don't have yours with you, or if you don't want to plug in, you can hop in a group, and we've got enough screens here that we can share as far as that goes too. And then we'll do some group work on goal drafting. And before I close out, I'm hoping to get a little bit more steps on refining the goal and action work that we do today, and how we're sharing the vision, since we actually have some posters now and where we want to get it in front of places, and just a few update ideas on that. So that's the plan. Any questions before I show you the final vision? Okay, I am going to read, just because I want you guys to hear this and I want you to absorb a little bit, be thinking about what are the shorter term goals and actions that might get us to this vision as I'm going through here. And there have just been a few minor changes since last time you guys heard this. There was this one sentence thing to boil it down to. You want the 8 seconds, commissioner related? Colorado Forest Health manifests functioning forest ecosystems, resilient watersheds, and landscape and communities adapted to fire through a mindset and culture shift, cross-boundary collaboration, diverse and consistent funding, and forest product markets.
Good job.
That's our boil down. We also were able to get the graphic vision done. There were a few modifications. I think that turned out pretty. It makes it a lot easier to see what it is that we're talking about. And all of those things that were in the sentences are there: cross-boundary collaboration, mindset, culture shift, functioning forest ecosystems and resilient watersheds, fire adapted forest and community, and diverse consistent funding of forest product markets. You're gonna hear these more today. Those are gonna be the 5 breakout rooms for communities, if I were to break out by themes. Okay. Mindset and culture shift vision. Understanding and appreciating forest ecosystems is grounded in lifelong learning, often rooted in forest experiences. Coloradans and visitors embrace active stewardship roles as they live in and enjoy our dynamic, ever-changing forests. We support forest management, nurture resilient communities, and coexist with fire. Colorado leads the nation in stewarding our forests for long-term forest health and other diverse services forests provide, including clean water, habitat, carbon storage, forest products, and sustainable recreation opportunities. We have till 2055 to get there, don't worry. Functioning forest ecosystems and resilient watersheds. Colorado's healthy forests represent a colorful Colorado with glistening snowpack peaks, golden aspens, vibrant green growth, striking wildflowers, and clear streams. Land managers recognize the complex and dynamic nature of forest ecosystems, tailoring approaches to ecological needs, elevating the role of natural processes, and continually evaluating and improving management strategies based on evolving science. The resulting forests are a mosaic of growth and disturbances with a range of tree species, ages, and sizes, and native understories that provide vibrant habitats, supporting abundant wildlife signaled by bugling elks, singing birds, and jumping fish. Forests continue to serve as Colorado's largest natural filter and reservoir, recognized as the primary water source for the American West. As the snowpack in high elevation forest slowly melts, it's filtered through soils, recharging groundwater, filling reservoirs, and flowing downstream to farms, ranches, cities, and industrial users. Strategic forest and watershed management create thriving biodiverse forests, watersheds, and riparian corridors that are resilient to changing climate conditions and disturbances, wildfire, post-fire flooding, forest insects, and disease. These healthy landscapes support clean air, reliable, high-quality water, and safe communities while sustaining the state's natural beauty and economic vitality. Fire adapted forests and communities. Innovative, proactive, and holistic approaches to fuels management, forest health activities, and development enable communities and infrastructure to experience wildfires without devastation or disproportionate impacts, reducing forest type conversion and supporting active forest regeneration. Wildfires burn within pre-planned perimeters among a mosaic of forest treatments, natural and maintained fuel breaks, and past fire footprints. Strategic approaches to fuel reduction combine hand and mechanical thinning, grazing, and safe and effective use of fire. As a result, Colorado experiences fewer days of extreme smoke, favorable winds dispersing light smoke, and fire managers restoring the ecological role of fire safely. Through voluntary and regulatory approaches to fire safe construction, development, and vegetation management, buildings and infrastructure seldom ignite from flames or burning embers. Utilities have upgraded and hardened infrastructure to prevent ignitions and substantially maintain and restore service during passing wildfires. When fires outpace forest and community readiness, rapid response and ample recovery resources, including climate-adapted seeds and seedlings, cross-boundary analysis, usher swift rehabilitation and reforestation. Cross-boundary collaboration. Diverse partners, including those beyond the forestry sector, address forest health needs across scales and administrative boundaries through coordinated adaptive management and collaborative decision-making. This collaborative shared stewardship approach ensures that work happens where needed, regardless of jurisdiction. Efficient environmental planning enables nimble implementation in Colorado's publicly managed forests. State, federal, and community programs actively and equitably support healthy forests and fire-adapted communities by creating a culture of collaboration, removing internal agency barriers, building capacity, and sharing resources. Stable and diverse baseline funding and a mix of revenue streams sustain forest collaborative groups and enable efficient and effective progress on local forest management priorities. Coordinated funding and mixed revenue streams leverage carbon and innovative markets, the beneficiaries of the many ecosystem services provided by Colorado's healthy forests, and the avoided costs realized by prepared communities. Diverse and innovative forest product industries and the associated workforce facilitate active, sustainable forest management and have rebounded as indispensable base industries. Local markets and wood processing facilities throughout the state provide outlets to utilize forest fuels as carbon-smart alternatives for construction, heating, manufacturing, and more, while offsetting treatment costs. It's a big vision. But there's no mincing words in that, I hope. It's clear, what we say was a healthy forest. That's what we have discussed in a healthy forest. And there it all is in one big poster. And so what I wanted to do quickly is just, I guess ask for a vote from you guys to support this being a vision that we move forward with goals and actions on for the 2055 vision for forest health. And then check these posters as well. Okay, so thank you.
Well, Becca, thank you so much for all your really important work on this, facilitating these discussions for almost a year. Any questions before we vote to adopt the vision? Yeah.
Question, but I'd like to make a comment. I've never worked on a vision before that the outcome is a poster, right? Like that you can get it all on one page. And I think you did a fabulous job. So I thank you for that. I know I emailed you separately, you know, some additional comments and stuff. And I think you did a really good job of pulling together what everybody said so that the forest industry is represented in the same way that wildfire adapted communities or wildlife are represented. So I just want to thank you for that. Really nice job.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This is really nice. Just having it all on one page with the big headlines, just right in the It's really.
I don't think too many people are gonna stand there and read through the whole thing, but I hope with the people who are really implementers that after you see it a few times, you'll be like, oh, what's that piece? I wanted to read it for you all and hear it out loud, just so that maybe there's a piece in there that you're like, don't we have something in the vision about this? It must be in that theme, and you should be able to get to it pretty quickly there.
For sure.
Chairman, are you to entertain a motion?
Yeah, I do.
Then I'd like to move with the 2055 vision for forest health. That's presented.
One second.
Okay, the motion's been made to support that in a second. Any further discussion online or in the room? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and any opposed say no or nay. Okay, congratulations, everyone.
All right, so I will, there's just 5 things we had printed. You guys can print, figure out what you want to do with those in the future, but I figured at least some of you, if you have a space where you want to put one up, that it would be nice for those who have a spot for it to be able to take one to use after that. So now the hard work. Now we get started on the hard work, which is boiling this down to goals and actions to get there. So what we're going to do is draft goals and actions that will get us there in the short term. That's what the legislature has called out, and we know that getting to those things, those big picture things we just talked about, we're going to have some baby steps along the way to get there. And I've heard some of those themes this morning around workforce development, the regeneration and the seeds, and what do we need to do with that, and the adaptive elements of adaptive management. I can see those things as you guys were talking about that earlier. I can see where they fit into the vision. Those are strategies towards getting there. So keep those in mind as you're going through this. I want you all to be thinking on the 3 to 5 year time horizon. I'm going to keep it a little flexible there. That way, if we don't get there in 3, maybe we'll get there in 5, or there's 6 we can get them more quickly, right? When we're working on goals, they should be purpose-driven, what we want to achieve and why it matters, clear and concise with simple language, outcome-focused, not on the activity, but what's the desired result, and big picture, thinking about long-term change and impact. Well, that's pretty much how the whole vision reads. So your job in this goal setting piece is going to be to take the big vision statements and boil them down into the 3 to 5 year change and impact that you want to see. And then within those goals, when we're writing actions for those, these should be kind of more SMART goals to a degree. What should be done in 5 of them? Not necessarily saying, hey, Allie, do this. But saying, hey, maybe DNR or maybe our education partners or kind of you can call out groups of industries as well. But that will be really helpful in actions if there's some kind of call out to who might work on it. They should be measurable, including the indicators that we might get to. And I will say there's a lot of things that we just don't even have a baseline for maybe. And you want to know, gosh, where are we going to get to on our getting back to our historical range of variation on fire footprints in the state? Well, you got to have a baseline for that. And so there might be some things that you find in the action piece where you're thinking, gosh, I just think we need to set the baseline now. We need to start being able to measure this so that we can track our progress. And that in itself could be a shorter term action. Time bound should pretty much be in that range, 3 to 5 years. But some things might be very quick. Like you think we can do this in the next couple, so that's all right to throw a year on that. And then they all should be aligned with these goals, with the goals. So I did throw a few examples on here for you. Go ahead, Courtney.
When you say action, is that the strategies? Because I'm hearing there's goals, strategies, actions.
Yeah. So I'm using the term action here because that's the way it's legislatively mandated for the council. It's recommendations for action. So there's really recommendations for action on the 3 to 5 year, like short term is how that's worded. So yeah, you can think of it as a strategy. And people use the term objective too. I think objective is a little bit more results oriented. It's only been looped into the goals in this case, where that's where we're thinking like metric. What do we want to achieve as the outcome on the ground? And then the strategy is the how we get there. The action, sorry, this is how we get there. Please. Okay. Thanks. I threw a few examples here. You've maybe been able to read them a little as I go. I did not carry these over into the working docs that you have because it was speeding a little bit too much. But if we have, our vision language around mindset and culture shift for lifelong learning, we might have a goal to expand forest learning and stewardship opportunities for Colorado of all ages. It's still pretty generic, but it's just an expansion of something we can do in the next few years. And then there's some actions under that. So these are just examples. If under markets, we wanted to, or funding, we want to increase local funding sources to seed priority local projects and programs. There's some action examples, like increasing the number of local governments with local taxes for forest health and wildfire mitigation from 4 to at least 10 jurisdictions supported by conservation finance partners by 2030. That's a pretty specific action. I expect some of these will be more or less. So we are just getting going on this process today, and what I have, what I will be sharing theme vision statements, so you can pull from there to draw goals. And then I've also put within that, I did a survey that most of you took last, I don't know, July, August, September, sometime last year. And I asked you to accomplish the vision that you wrote, what do we need to do in the next few years? And what is something you do right away to accomplish them? And I asked you, how might we measure this? What metrics are there that we should be looking at? And so those have been included and broken out to the themes to give you some ideas of what this group was thinking close to a year ago, as some initial things that you might want to accomplish and where they fit. Also, in the process of developing this vision, there were a lot of things that were read more like actions, and there were more just too specific. And so some of, really just a handful as I was going back through notes, but I did pull those handful of things out that we said maybe around, education programs, for example, and plug those in mindset and culture shift instead of it being super detailed in the vision language. So you will have a Google Doc that I will drop in the chat here. Maybe I'll drop it in the new, I'll drop it in this week. I'm gonna show you what that looks like. Okay. And if you don't work in docs a lot, they kind of have some cool new stuff without the table of contents. works, that's not all new, the tabs thing is new, if any of you use that. So you can just hop straight to the theme that you're most interested in here. And dive straight into that one if you like, but if you'd like to read through more of it, you can. I also included just a couple of things in here that were metrics that were kind of more general metrics people wanted to think about that didn't fit cleanly in a category. I don't think it's going to be super important today. And then we also talked about related plans and strategies and how those fit in. So if you are very familiar with some of these other action plans in the state and strategies, you can think about how they fit into your section. So there's a lot, guys. And here's kind of an example of how a couple of these other frameworks might fit into, a couple of these other strategies statewide might fit into goals and strategies for mindset and culture shift. So those are just kind of resources to help you with this work. Okay. So the first step that we're going to do is self-reflection, and let me drop this in the chat. And if any of you aren't in the Zoom meeting already and decide and have the ability to get in there, from the calendar invite, please do. I don't have a QR code for the meeting that we're in right now, so I'm not sure how to best do that if you're not in there already.
If there's anyone in the room who needs help getting into the Zoom, let me know. I can share the link with you again via email.
Or we can switch to the other, but I wasn't thinking about the fact that you guys wouldn't be able to get into that Google Doc without it. So I just dropped that document in. You should all have commenting access, which means you can type and it'll pick up what you're typing, but it's gonna make that a cover like a suggestion. And just the moderators for your rooms are gonna be able to go back and edit and refine that. That's just to help you. Oh. Thank you. Okay, so if folks online didn't hear me, this part in the middle of the page is the part that we're going to use to drop your notes in. So you should be able to make suggestions in there. And there's a whole bunch of steps to what we're going to do here right now. So let me see if I.
Yeah, folks with computers, I think we can figure out how to get everyone.
We're not going to go into groups yet, though. We really want self-reflection. So you can even go, if you're in the room and you can just go off of this and jot down your ideas and then contribute them when you're back in the breakout room if you want to do hard writing. This could help be your guide. And then the one other piece that I kind of wanted to feel out was just who wants to be in which breakout rooms before we dive out there. And so I'll go through the different themes and see who wants to be in which rooms. We did have people kind of pre-volunteer for a few things, but I just want to make sure we don't have any empty things. Christina, you have a question?
Thank you. So I'm in the document looking at related plan and strategy, and one of the things that I think would be helpful to add to that list, maybe two things, is the priorities that we've had from the Forest Health Council that we vote on every year. I can't recall those quickly. So I think what our priorities are and what we've agreed are our priorities would be a helpful reference, as well as I think just our I forget what it's called, but like our charter or our purpose, like what are those things that this council is specifically tasked with. So those are just two things that I think would be helpful as part of that list. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Christina. I don't know if I'm going to get them in there in time for you guys to brainstorm off those right now, but definitely things we want to keep in mind. And then I did try to put like each, there should be a page break between each of these so that hopefully that'll help us from jumping each other around in there a little bit. By having a page break at the top of each section. So like I just did that, and I have a nice blank page, and this is still its own top of the page. I hope that part works. You said something else, Christina. Oh, and so in thinking about the Forest Health Council and you all's priorities, another piece of this is that this is a statewide vision, not just the Forest Health Council's vision. You guys have been the lead on this. So when you're thinking about the who and these different actions, you can also think about, is this something internal for us? Is this a strategy the Forest Health Council, an action the Forest Health Council needs to take and employ? Or is this something that we're asking RMRI to take a lead on, or that we're asking Extension or some of our other partners around the state? There's going to be both kind of that internal and external actions here. This is really a brainstorming session for us, and I'm hoping by the end of our breakouts, I'll give you more instruction for that, that we get to where there's just a few goals for each of these things that are kind of your priority consensus goals from your groups, and maybe carry a few actions over there. We're not going to obviously get this finished today. So our next step here is that this is going to be our time for some self-reflection, also time for a quick break if you need. I believe the lunches are in here. And feel free to jot down in that Google Doc or in your own notebook, absorb and then jot down what your goals and actions are. Before we go to that, I have a mindset and culture shift. I think Allie, you're still gonna moderate that group, right? I have Commissioner Shattuck McNally and Samantha Albert, I don't think is here. And
She's online.
Is she online too? I can't see it because online, great. I have you guys there for long-term help on that one. If you want to switch, just let me know. Is there anybody else who wasn't on the list and knows they want to be in mindset and culture shift? What's fair to say? Remember what these 5 names are? Let me see if I can picture who's where for you guys. Thought I did. No. It's in a different place, I'm sorry. Did you guys see a list of names? Oh, there we are. So if you're not on that list, who else, can I see showing hands online and in the room if you want to do mindset and culture shift? There's the lead codes. Okay. 5 at least will be joining. Jody and Samantha. Functioning forest ecosystems and resilient watersheds. Amy, Frank, and Madeline. I'm not sure if everybody's here. Anybody else in the room or online for that group?
Christina's various reasons mostly.
Okay, so Christina, that'll be with Roberta in that breakout room. Fire adaptive forests and communities, I'm going to monitor that one. Commissioner Regina, you can sign up for that one, and Lynn, you had also, I think, signed up for that one at one point. Anybody else on functioning forest ecosystems and watersheds? You should be taking one of these. I just want to make sure we have people on each cross-boundary collaboration. I know,
John is not on today.
Okay. And Katie, I think you're going to help moderate that group.
Yes.
Anybody else who knows they want to join the cross-boundary collaboration group, I would love to know that we have more than just Katie on that one. Anybody show hands? I'm not seeing any in the room, guys.
Pat, do you want to do cross-boundary collaboration?
Cross-boundary.
Awesome.
Anybody else? Okay, you will have a chance. Maybe you can't pick your room yet. And then we haven't had anybody initially on the team for diverse, consistent funding in forest product markets, probably just because he was there last time.
I'd like to help.
Morgan? All right, great. I was hoping that you would jump into that one. With Courtney, Mr. Tooten, okay. Anybody else who knows they want to be on that one? All right, I think that means we have a few people on each one. That's all I needed to know. So let us break until we go to 12:25 on some independent work, and what's going to happen in that time frame is I'm going to put a QR code to try to get into the next Zoom up on the screen in the room. And I'm gonna drop in the chat for the new Zoom that will go to breakout rooms at 12:25. Not a lot of time. So we're doing some individual brainstorming, every lunch. Then by about 12:25, you're getting into your new Zoom space.
Dr. Harper, we should almost do like speed dating because everybody has something to say about all of it.
I'm kind of disappointed. And I got fat meat potato chips too. It tastes pretty good.
Not written move.
But that's an expressor turbo with actuator and new stuff. We don't know enough about it. I have some pulled up on the computer.
What was their brand?
This one is a River City, and the other one is XD. That's their own. And then there's a EV power revamp. 17.
Anybody have a question? Good. I'm gonna need you to sit on this for a little while. I'm just gonna think. The chair. Get good off the chair. I mean,
That's somebody else's computer screen. What are you supposed to do?
in this group.
The last one?
Good chair.
No. Six. Passcode.
So do we have to exit out of the original Zoom or?
Go ahead and pop into the other Zoom that's in the chat. Public join us there just as soon as you can. I'm watching for people to come over. I think really there were a couple of us. I'm sure it's messy there now. Could have a Zoom link in the chat. We have to leave this one. Google Docs there. It's up. A couple. I'll drop it in. Yeah.
Can you put the link to the Zoom in the chat also?
Yeah, I'll put it in again.
Yeah.
And I guess we should.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Becca, just a technical question, like,
Brittany, do you want me to email the entire list? Like our email list?
Let's
Come
see
in, or
who's in the Zoom.
we need Mark Morgan.
And also, can everyone hear us too?
Yes.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Someone online let us know.
Okay, great. Yeah, they can hear us. I think we're good.
I do think.
Let me see.
I'm gonna.
A second to find out.
Yeah, let's give people some time to get back into this meeting.
Okay. Yeah, let me know when we're good.
It's right here. Yeah.
I gotta say, I didn't see any goals move over to the slides quite yet. I don't think we quite got there.
We got them in the Google Doc.
Yeah,
That's exactly how we're
That's
going.
that's what we were doing.
Your name?
Yeah.
All right, everyone, let's get it started again here. I'm gonna switch the order around a little bit, and we're gonna have agenda item on the RX Fire Subcommittee. And then we'll move into kind of federal impact and roundtable updates. But I think you all know the Colorado Fire Commission has been working hard to develop a strategic plan for prescribed fire in the state. And that effort is now complete. And as you all know, in this commission as well, we've talked about the importance of prescribed fire as well. And so Jody Shack McNally, as well as Katie Graff Novak, are going to help give us an update in terms of like what came out of that. We're also really lucky to have Katie Lobozinski with us, and she is the lead staff. I'm trying to think of your official title, but the program manager of the Fire Commission. Is that right?
Yeah,
or the administrator. So feel free, Katie, to jump in as well, because I know you've been pretty close to that as well from the Fire Commission. So who wants to kick it off?
Jody, do you want to kick us off? And Courtney, are you able to share our slides?
In a minute,
Yeah.
I will be able,
Okay.
I don't know if they're the new slides,
So-
we changed them since like Wednesday.
Oh, maybe.
You should be able to also share them. Otherwise I can, if you send them to me.
can I share? Well,
Actually, I
I
think
share.
I might have them.
I don't think I changed this one.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, I will share. Just give me a second.
You can see who gets to it first.
If you can, I can try to share screen too, but. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, Jody, we can't hear you. What?
Jody's not on.
I'm looking at her right here.
Oh, she is. Okay, great.
Can you hear me okay now? How about now?
We still can't hear you.
And neither can anybody online.
Okay. Folks online
Hear
can't
me?
hear you either.
We can hear you, Jody.
We can hear you, Jody.
Oh, they can.
Okay.
Do we just have the speaker on for them to hear? Maybe
Oh.
that one I got.
We'll figure this out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Courtney, make me
For anybody who's interested in our emergency management exercise, we have evacuated Fort Collins and Loveland and having a pretty massive wildfire. So that's why I'm a little stressed. So I apologize, but it's moving fast. And our landfill's now on fire, so lots of fun. So thank you all for this opportunity. Yeah. So I'll practice just to let you know, but it's stressing me out. So, so thank you all. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Great. So first, just want to thank folks from the Fire Commission and Katie for helping kind of fine tune these slides. And I just hope, you know, everyone, as we share this out and people understand and read this, that they'll kind of be open and understand how much work went into this. So I'm not sure, let me see if I have you on the screen. Okay, great. So this is the Colorado statewide strategy for prescribed fire on non-federal lands. And this is our presentation to the Forest Health Council, the full Forest Health Council. It was previously shared to the Fire Commission with those folks who were on the subcommittee. Can we go to the next slide? And so, well, I think one really important thing about this, and I don't know if the forward, there is a nice letter on my screen of the forward, and I don't know if we can share that with people on the council. It's on my slide, but really, I really want to emphasize that there's one strategy with 4 agencies and many voices. But if you see the forward that's in the front of the strategy, you'll see that Stan and Director McCombs, Director Gibbs, and Director Morgan are all signed on this letter and showing a united front on the strategy, and that it's a joint effort between the Colorado Fire Commission and the Colorado Forest Health Council. In the subcommittee, we had 15 representatives, state and federal agencies, nonprofits, emergencies, services, counties, county commissioners, and many more. We had 6 focus groups that went out and met people where they were at, and also did Zoom calls representing fire protection districts, counties, state and federal agencies, nonprofits, and a lot of data, information, and feedback. And hopefully you, the other side, you'll be able to see that forward. And Katie, I can, or Courtney, I can just send you that slide. So, oh, there it is. Yep. That shows that forward. And I hope that you all would read that. It's a really powerful statement. And I wanted to just highlight that. And now I'll turn this over to Katie, who is going to talk about the introduction, and we're gonna tag team this presentation. So thank you, Katie.
Awesome. Yeah, Commissioner Shattuck McNally and I were both on that committee and are super excited to share with you. Courtney, I think that was the only slide I added animations to, so sorry about that. So just a little bit of background on the subcommittee. We've been convening since 2023, and again, has had members of the Forest Health Council and the Colorado Fire Commission on it. We started with some initial meetings where we just brought in a bunch of speakers from different perspectives to hear about what the barriers to prescribed fire were. And then we did the focus groups that she just talked about. And then from those focus groups, we generated strategies. In this presentation, well, in the final plan, there are 6 key categories of barriers. And within those 6 key categories of barriers, we generated 21 total strategies. 9 of those require legislative action and 12 require administrative action. So if you go to the next slide, this is just kind of an overview of this presentation. So we'll walk through each of those 6 key barriers and the strategies that are associated with each of the barriers. We'll note which ones are legislative, which ones are administrative, and we'll also talk through which ones would cost more, which is obviously important. And then we are hoping to have a discussion about how this council and its various committees can help move this strategy forward. So if you go to the next slide, these are the 6 categories of barriers. And so Commissioner Shattuck McNally and I are going to tag team these. I'm going to talk about liability, training and certification, and coordination of treatment. And she'll talk about permitting, public and political outreach, and funding. So we'll be kind of bouncing back and forth, telling you about what the committee came up with for recommendations. Under the barrier of liability, the first strategy that the committee came up with is to establish a Colorado's Prescribed Fire Claims Fund. that would offer a financial backstop for certified burners, trainees, and landowners to prescribe fire on non-federal lands. In James Lucero's update earlier, he talked about there actually is a bill in action on this one, and it originally was gonna be $1 million, and it now is donations, so that one legislation is required. It looks like maybe it'll go through, it's just a matter of getting it funded. The next one is to clarify definitions and coverage for existing liability coverage, and so for this one, there is some statute around liability and like what people are liable for when they burn on non-federal lands. But none of that legislation has been tested in court, and so people are really unclear what exactly it means, how much they're actually liable for. So this recommendation is just asking to clarify that. Next is to establish a legal framework to allow for shared or pooled insurance and liability coverage. So we talked a lot about how insurance costs are a huge barrier to small entities that are trying to do prescribed burns, whether it be landowners or nonprofits, et cetera. And so we've talked a lot about like how those small entities can share equipment, they can share resources, and we came up with this idea, is there a way that they can also share into a pooled insurance policy so that they're not each paying like thousands of dollars every month. Next, enable qualified agency employees, both public and private, to plan and implement prescribed fire on non-federal lands. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. So now we're into the second key barrier bucket, which is training and certification. So the first strategy here is to increase the number and frequency of the CCB is Colorado Certified Burner, and then RxB3 is Prescribed Fire Burn Boss 3, and that allows for pile burning only. So that's what those mean. So increase the number and frequency of certified burners and Burn Boss 3 training opportunities, and develop reporting metrics to demonstrate the annual number of certifications. That one would be administrative. I apologize, I forgot to note which ones are administrative and legislative, but they're up there, so. Next, send no fewer than 2 state of Colorado personnel per year to attend a national interagency prescribed fire training center, or equivalent prescribed fire burn boss training. So that burn boss 2 is the next level up. And this would include funding for travel, base pay, overtime. This training, I was reading in the plan, is like a 3-week course. So that's why it's really important to send people to this and also have it funded. And that would be an administrative action. Yeah.
Do we recognize other states' burn bosses? And do they go through the same training? And then to expand that question, we have an international group of burn bosses training here. Northern New Mexico, Southern Colorado. May or may not want to include it. I don't know. Depends on the training and their credibility.
So the other Katie may be able to answer this better. I believe the National Interagency Prescribed Fire trainings, those are federal level, and therefore they would be transferable, but then the certified burner in Colorado is like state specific, and so is that right? So there's like certain qualifications overlap and certain ones do not, is that?
But part of that bill with the claims funded reciprocity is trying to work on the other states' burners being able to burn more in Colorado. Though from what it sounds like, there aren't that many people that try to do that. So I don't know how much of a need there is, but it's in there, it's in the bill.
Yeah, I think most people go through the federal trainings, and so it is transferable, but then if other states have like a state level, that's what the reciprocity is for.
Thank you. Didn't want to leave us still unturned.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see, which one are we on? Okay, T3. So next under training and certification is to establish a research program to identify why people do or do not engage in prescribed fire burning efforts after they've attended the certified burner class. So there were some statistics in the full strategy that you can read that show that only 18% of people who take the certified burner class actually officially like complete it and become certified. And even fewer actually go on to do burns after that, and nobody really knows why that is. And so trying to figure out like, why are people like starting the class and not finishing it, or why are they finishing it and then not actually burning after?
Katie, can I say a comment?
Yeah.
I would say a component in that for sure has to be liability. So I did some stuff for the Forest Service for quite a while, so yeah, it's just a personal concern about the personal liability of being the burn boss or the one that did it and the fire gets out.
Yeah, that's the number one that I heard when I was on the committee as well, which goes back to the liability regulations, which is like, the statute says something along the lines of like, people who get this, the certified burner certification have reduced liability. It's like, okay, so is that like $999,000 instead of $1 million? Like, so yeah, that's, they tie in together. And then the last one for training and certification is to create a system and associated resources to provide mentorship to certified burners and trainees, agency administrators, and emerging NWCG qualified professionals. The NWCG is that national certification. Who need additional support as they pursue prescribed fire training and implementation. And that would be an administrative action. So that is it for the training and certification barrier bucket, and I'll pass it over to Commissioner Shadi McNally to talk through the permitting strategies.
Thank you, Katie, and appreciate it. So now we'll move on to strategies, and this is permitting. And the first strategy is create and publicize state guidance for preparation of burn plans, smoke permit applications, county and local burn permits, and air curtainer burn permit applications to facilitate and expedite application approval while protecting public health and safety. And it needs to establish some methods for tracking, reporting the turnaround time for burn plans and smoke permits in a public-facing, transparent way. We know this is administrative action, but also maybe some only legislative if after 1 year this project is not complete. I know that has been a problem in northern Colorado, just trying to get air curtain burner permits from the state, and there has been some barriers there. And so that is something that maybe might have administrative and legislative only after looking if this can be addressed after a year. So let's move on to the next one. The second part of permitting is encourage all government aid entities in Colorado who issue burn permits for prescribed fire to provide applicants with information about smoke permit requirements. And this would be an administrative action, and just making sure that everyone has access to the same information and that it's available to kind of help with confusion and help with clarity. And so the next strategy under permitting is P3, develop a separate pathway and approval process for air curtain burners when used for wildland fuel reductions, and establish methods for tracking and reporting turnaround time for air curtain burner permits in a public-facing, transparent way. This is administrative action, and again, could be legislative after 1 year of tracking if reporting shows that the turnaround pace is not increased, which I can say that turnaround time was months and months until recently, and we had a lot of the smaller air curtain burners for neighborhoods and slash piles, and then the larger one, it just took a lot of, it was months, and a lot of turnaround time was not expedited. So it's something that I have also seen. And then the next strategy, I believe, is under coordination of treatment. And that this first strategy here is establish an annual DFPC budget item and funding to support expanded prescribed fire planning and implementation by and in cooperation with the collaboratives, local agencies, and prescribed burn associations. And this will take a legislative is required for this prescribed burning collaboration. And so this is something I'm not sure if the Fire Commission will look at legislative committee or our committee, but I have a feeling it'll be more of the Fire Commission bringing this forward. But this is definitely a legislative action. We'll move on to the next item under coordination of treatment. Which is C2, and create and distribute reference resources to support and facilitate treatment coordination, such as a cross-agency agreement templates and sample burn and mitigation plans that account for participation by multiple agencies and for projects implemented by an agency employees on private land. And this would be more of an administrative action to coordinate this. And I believe this will also be probably something addressed by the Fire Commission. And I think there's one more strategy under this. Establish Colorado-based prescribed fire specific fire management resources, engines, overhead modules, crews to support prescribed fire agreements and funding to enable implementation by others and to provide rapid response to implement prescribed fire when and where authorities of opportunities and weather align. And those are all a bunch of ands. So that's really important to know. And that's an administrative action as well as coordination of treatments. And I think we move on to the next strategy, which is public outreach and political outreach. And Katie, you'll have to let me know when we switch again here. So first one is we need to really look at how we develop and implement a statewide prescribed fire awareness campaign in collaboration with partners across the state, including efforts to raise public awareness and understanding in regular and consistent engagement with local entities, elected entities, and the Colorado legislature. And I think also it's important to raise that awareness and use common language and show the benefits of beneficial fire on the landscape. So this would be an administrative action and would probably require some, public messaging and coordination with how that looks, whether it's messaging, handouts, facts, frequently asked questions, etc. And then the next strategy for public outreach and political outreach is develop and make widely available a database and map of completed and planned prescribed fire events, as well as a living map of active and near future events with anticipated smoke impacts area. And then I think that's really important to know because we do have some folks who would be impacted in some of those smoke impact areas. And that was something that had been brought up at one of the wildfire conferences is, do we have smoke plans? And not a lot of counties have those or have how that would impact folks with breathing disorders or impaired breathing. And so also, making sure people, when they see smoke in the air, they know what it's happening and not kind of panic that an actual wildfire is happening. So that's the public and political outreach. And now we'll move on to the next strategy, which is funding. And I'm still on this, right? Katie, or is this you?
Yep, take us home.
Okay, so of course, all this costs money. And we can't do this without the funding to implement and execute these recommendations. So this is establish an annual DFPC budget line item and funding to support expanded prescribed fire planning and implementation by and in cooperation with the collaboratives, local agencies, and prescribed burn associations. And this will be a legislative item going forward. And then we have another funding strategy. And this is appropriate, sufficient funding to DFPC, Colorado State Forest Service, and DNR to help statewide strategy and support coordinated implementation by partners statewide. And this probably will be a legislative required another line item to talk about this specific prescribed fire subcommittee. And so that's something that I'm not sure where that would come out of, or would there be a joint effort for legislation to present. And then the last one, and just let me know, Katie, when you're up next, because I'm having too many screens up. Develop and implement a statewide prescribed fire awareness campaign in collaboration with partners across the state, including efforts to raise public awareness and understanding and regular and consistent engagement with local entities and the Colorado legislature. And that would be an administrative action. So I'm trying to see if we have one more. I think that's it. So Katie, I'll let you take over talking about the status and the next steps.
Okay, cool. So that was a whole lot. You can read in a lot more detail, like about, you know, how we landed on each of these in the full report, which I think somebody will link in the chat and we can send it as a follow-up. But basically, so we came up with those 21 strategies, and then the subcommittee did a survey on which ones to kind of prioritize first and foremost. And so we'll go through which ones they are planning to fast track. And from there, it's a matter of aligning this with the Colorado Fire Commission's other goals in their annual report, and developing an implementation plan.
And I'll go ahead and take the next slide, Katie. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm switching it on you. So the next slide, talk about fast tracking recommendations. In the executive summary, the executive summary in the statewide strategy includes all legislative strategies that do not require funding, which we've heard over and over again that a lot of our efforts that took funding were not as successful as we hoped this past year. We know next year's not looking much brighter. So the top 3 legislative strategies that will really require funding will be prioritized by the subcommittee through a survey. And the next slide. So fast tracking recommendations, legislative strategies that do not require funding include liability strategy number 2, clarify definitions and coverage for existing liability coverage. Liability strategy number 3, establish a legal framework for the shared or pooled insurance and liability coverage. Liability strategy number 4, enable a qualified agency employees and certified burn managers to plan and implement prescribed fire on non-federal lands. And funding strategy number 3, expand wildfire response and mutual aid funding framework to support prescribed fire and implementation management and contingency needs for state staff and cooperators. And then the next one, with that, the ones that do require funding, that are fast tracking these recommendations, is number 1, coordination of treatment strategy number 1, which is which I mentioned before, the annual DFPC budget line item and funding to support expanded prescribed fire planning and implementation. Funding strategy number 1, appropriate annual dedicated and sufficient funding to DFPC, Colorado State Forest Service, and DNR to implement the statewide strategy and support coordinated implementation by partners statewide. And liability strategy number 1, establish a Colorado prescribed fire claims fund, which we know was not as successful as we wanted to be this year, but at least it's kind of wedged in a spot that offers financial backstop for certified burners, qualified burn bosses, trainees, and landowners prescribed fire on federal lands. So with that, the next steps, Katie, go ahead and why don't you jump on this one?
Yeah, this one actually is exactly the same as the previous one, so I think we can just skip it. Basically, the next steps is to try and go into some of those priorities. And then as far as our next steps as the Colorado Forest Health Council is how, you know, what is our role? How can we work with the Colorado Fire Commission? How can we continue to bring together these different agencies that are all on board with this strategy? Basically, what can our role be in advancing this strategy, both through our committees and as a Forest Health Council?
I just want to say, so Dan had to step out for a moment, but he will be back. And so I just want to say thank you both for the presentation, and also thanks to everyone on the council that has participated in the Prescribed Fire Subcommittee. Katie, I feel like I want to invite you to the table so we can have this discussion. Would you come and sit next to Katie and Jeff Novak? Because I'm so grateful that you are here today and really showing the commitment that we feel to with this crossover between Colorado Fire Commission and the Board of Health Council, and how we do, you know, this prescribed fire strategy, although there's more than what was presented, of course, and not everything in this strategy resonates with the Forest Health Council, but many things do. And so this is a really great, this is a great time for this presentation too, since this was just approved like last month, I believe. And yeah, I think we just want to go into a discussion of how from what you've learned, whether it's just from this presentation or whether you've already, dove into this strategy of how you think the council can advance the strategy, knowing and really focusing in on those last 7, I believe we want to priorities or strategies that were just defined. So yeah, I just want to open it up and feel free, Katie and Jody, to continue this discussion. Yeah, how do you all feel about this?
And if you have any questions too.
Yeah.
And I know we went fast. I'm happy to back up on the presentation. We could go through all of them. I could slowly go through all of them again, or I could just linger on the slides.
Christina.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the great update. I was wondering if this has come up in the Leveraging Resources Subcommittee at all, Katie, if they had some ideas. It's fine if they don't. I just wanted to see if you guys have talked about it.
We have not yet. I think this was approved after our last meeting. So definitely would love to talk about it in that committee, but we have not yet.
Okay, thanks.
And I would just add, certainly if there's some legislative things that the Forest Health Council consider, I think we're waiting to see how the Fire Commission, what they want to tackle. But certainly, I think in the past, we have like Senate Bill 7, in the past, we have tried to, I'm not speaking, just as what my vague memory right now about supporting some of the legislation, whether it comes out of the Fire Commission or out of the Forest Health Council, we would probably coordinate and collaborate, and since we had the subcommittee. So I just wanted to share that as well.
Well, I would just add, thank you so much. I mean, this is so action oriented, and it's great to see that cross department synergy and then working with the Fire Commission. I mean, that is just fantastic. And everything that I saw, I fully support. It makes a lot of sense. We know the value of prescribed burns and how that can really protect our state. So looking forward to how we can further support you.
Yes, Pat.
I was just gonna say, our breakout was on collaboration and cross-boundary work. And it seems to me that there are some obvious overlaps with the prescribed fire strategy. And maybe a first step, we had a hard time coming up with a specific goal, but maybe a first step is to identify those areas in the prescribed fire strategy that overlap and work with DFPC and local county governments, I think, are going to be hugely important, right? And maybe even federal organizations like NRCS when it comes to private land, that kind of thing. There's a lot of collaboration and cross-boundary work to be done, and this seems like a good place to start that collaboration. Good point.
And I would like to add, I'm in a room full of 4 different fire departments, emergency managers, 5 different municipalities. And I told them I had to step out, and they're like, oh, we don't know about this. We'd love to hear about it more. So I'm very curious at how we get this out to some of the agencies. I mean, it's going to go out through the state agencies and things, but how we get this down to the local agencies and how soon will that happen? So they're aware of what's happening and where they might want to advocate. So I'm curious about that as well.
Jody, Courtney?
Yeah, I had a question about funding strategy 3. Noticed that it was on this slide for fast tracking. It kind of reads like it does require funding. So I'm just curious if someone could explain this one, because it also seems very much in the Forest Health wheelhouse.
Sorry, I'm rereading it. So the full strategy there is develop and implement a statewide prescribed fire awareness campaign in collaboration with partners across the state, including efforts to raise public awareness and understanding and regular consistent engagement with local elected entities and the Colorado legislature.
Do you know more about that one? Is that the one you're talking about? I'm looking at the one on the screen. It reads on the screen a little differently than what you read. So maybe I tried to zoom in, but it didn't.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Oh, I see. Since that's one that deals with mutual aid, do you think it's possible that everybody has their own budget, it's just how we coordinate, maybe
Yeah.
better?
It's not
How I read.
adding dollars, it's just redefining how those dollars can be used to better encompass prescribed programs.
Yeah, it's kind of that coordination and the collaboration and kind of breaking down silos is how I kind of think about it.
After listening into the vision project, I do think that there is a lot of really cool overlap between what the Forest Health Council is doing in this project, and then even more widely between like other subcommittees we have, like the insurance subcommittee. A lot of what they're doing was overlapping with the conversation we're having in fire resilient forests group. So yeah, this is at this point in our project, we're kind of re-engaging people in the subcommittee, and we have outsiders in all of our subcommittees. So if anyone is interested in this, I encourage you at this time to hop in, and we're going to set the next steps and try and see what we can do in the next legislative cycle on this. But I really think, you know, the more that we can collaborate with the Forest Health Council, the better the outcome will be. So.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Can you touch a little bit on the next step with the implementation plan and just like, yeah, talk a little bit about the next steps?
So we have all of these strategies, 21 strategies, and you know, a lot of them require money, and that's really difficult right now in the state budget outlook. And a lot of them require some heavy lifting administratively between the different agencies. So priorities need to be set, kind of like that. You know, we're setting goals for the next 3 to 5 years for the vision. You know, we need to do that with this strategy in the next year, next 3 years, next 5 years. So now what we're going to do is we're gonna set priorities, and then try and hold everyone accountable to get those things done. That's what we'll be doing over the next 6 months.
And are these 7, so this slide and then the next slide, are these ones that you're looking to fast track? Are they sort of part of this? Are they part of this immediate priority list then as well?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So all the subcommittee members took a survey, basically ranking what they viewed as the most important things in this whole strategy, and that's those. Okay. And we decided to throw those into the executive summary because we figured, to your point earlier, that's what legislators would need. That we're definitely having putting more emphasis on achieving those first, but we want to make some you know, plans for all of the strategies, because at the end of the day, they're all really important. That's why they were.
Absolutely. And so if anyone that isn't already, you know, participating on the prescribed fire subcommittee, if this, you know, lights a fire and a passion for support and crossover, you know, this is definitely a time to jump in. And so we can give you Katie's information if you do not have it yet, and I would say it would be great to have more crossover.
Yeah, I just have another question. So I work in a lot of other states where prescribed burn associations are a big deal and they get a lot of money done. I have never heard of one in Colorado, except in this conversation. What is the status of prescribed burn associations in Colorado? Do we have a bunch, or are they?
You can.
We talked about that in the subcommittee, and the answer to the second question is no, we do not have a bunch. I don't know that we have any. And originally one of the recommendations had been to like try and figure out why that is, and I don't know when it got dropped off. But I know that is of interest, is like, why aren't they happening, and are there barriers to them happening, and like, will any of this stuff help them happen? But I don't have a great answer, because I don't remember why that like study got dropped.
And I'm guessing it has to do with some of the liability questions, but I was just curious because I know that a lot of other states, including California, you know, a lot of them are grassland states, but some of them are burning forests. So I was curious. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to just echo, I remember that conversation and we really, I don't think anyone had an answer. We all kind of went, why is that happening with the burning associations? And Katie, I just like to express my strong interest in continuing on the subcommittee. You know, in February, I broke my arm, so that kind of took me a little bit out of the loop, but I just wanted to express my strong desire to continue on the subcommittee. So thank you.
No, we lost all of it.
Yeah. It's like
Just give it a minute.
Comes back in a couple seconds.
I don't know, is this whole process, what are your thoughts? I mean, does it affect you in any way on the prescribed burns aspect?
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think being able to manage fuel on private lands is a constraint to managing fire in the landscape. But it definitely impacts us. But I would imagine the like impacts vary quite a bit in which part of the state that you're in and which communities you're engaged with. It's kind of hard to say really anything universal.
Right, well, and I think that's, you know, again, when we do these type of things, especially legislative wise, we need to really take into consideration how it's gonna affect everybody, not just the Front Range or, you know, other communities. In our community, obviously, we don't have these burn committees, or it's mostly the Forest Service that sends out the burn notifications. And then as far as burning permits, that goes through our fire district. It's not even managed by the county. And then our ag burning, they don't even have to call and tell anybody that they're burning, which talk to our sheriff, and that's a conversation you don't want to have. But you know, so I would just highly recommend, when you're looking at a legislative piece like this, to take in consideration rural Colorado, because some of this doesn't fit us. And if it's required for us to do it, it's gonna even constrain us more.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to turn it over to Mark Morgan on the Zoom. Oh, Mark, you muted. You're still muted.
How about now?
You're good.
Okay, I would suggest one thing. I think the liability part of this is gonna be obviously the biggest hurdle. And I think you wanna get people used to process. I would suggest getting as aggressive as you can possibly be on pile burning and expediting pile burning. There's a lot of pile burning that needs to be done, and get people used to the smoke and the idea that we're gonna do the work and get real aggressive at it. And I think then from the liability side, people will be more comfortable and more amenable to the liability side of this, both with private carriers and insurance companies. You have to have a track record that you can do this and that you have the people to do it. And I think that pile burning could be a kind of a farm club for that, and show them that you have the expertise and the personnel to do it. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Mark.
I can respond to those quickly. To Mark, we didn't talk about it as much in this, but pile burning is a big part of this, because on private land specifically, that often is like the only feasible way to get things done. Like if you're doing a smaller parcel or something on private land, it's both more comfortable for the landowner and it's easier to keep it contained in a small parcel. So there is a lot about pile burning in here, and that was where the focus on certified burner 3, I think, is the pile burning. And yeah, I think other people agree. It's kind of a good like entry point for people. And then I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Medina as well. This plan is specific to non-federal lands. So US Forest Service always has jurisdiction over US Forest Service lands, and they will continue to have that. This is for non-federal lands, so like private lands, and also like cross-boundary projects across both federal and non-federal lands.
Right, and I guess my example for the
for like, you know, just, the homeowner that's doing pile burns on their property. That's not facilitated through the county, that's through our fire district. And, I guess, I mean, we kind of went through it pretty quickly, so I'm not really sure if that's what you're saying. These private homeowners need to have this certification before they can burn on their property. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Well, so again, my biggest, I guess, the overarching, thing I want to say is when you're doing this and really looking at what your strategies are when you want to take it to have legislative action, I would just caution you and keep in mind rural Colorado, right? Because the same things do not apply to rural Colorado as it does on the Front Range or other big areas. So rural Colorado, we're very unique. And sometimes we get overzealous and we think that all of these things are great ideas. And sometimes they can be overreach and sometimes they can affect rural Colorado in a different way than it does the Front Range or bigger populated areas in Colorado. That's my going away message.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Are you saying you wouldn't support the prescribed burns here?
Oh, we do.
You
We
do.
Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure I understood that.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
I think it's not about, changing the way that any local jurisdiction makes rules about how burn permits happen, just rather, encouraging jurisdictions to be clear about those things with people who are burning, because often people will burn and they don't even know, that they were supposed to get a burn permit or something, and then suddenly they have the $10,000 fine.
Right, and I kind of feel like that's the responsibilities of the counties, to have that communication. I mean, our community, I'll just give my community because it's the only community I know. I mean, we definitely stress it to our community and they know that if they're burning and they don't have a burn permit, then they will get fined, right? And especially if fire department has to be called out because now the burn is more than a 4x4, whatever that's our regulation. And then, so again, I don't know why this came about. Again, maybe this is because of bigger communities, they're not doing it, but I am of the mind of less regulation by government and, leave those controls within the county. So that we can manage our processes and our people. I don't understand why you're doing this, I guess. And the bigger picture is because I feel like we have a good process. That doesn't mean every other county doesn't or does, but I just hope that this doesn't put unnecessary regulation on other small counties like us, that we have to do something different. And we, for the most part, we have a pretty good process. Of course, we have the onesie twosies that may not call, or that ag burning, which doesn't need a fire permit anyway, gets out of control, which is always fun. But, I guess that's my point.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We have time for one more. Mark? And you're muted one more time.
Where is this presentation?
Is it attached to our?
Pile burning by and large can be accomplished a lot of the time with snow cover. And I think it's really critical to, as Commissioner Medina just said, that you got to keep control as local as possible so that they can react faster. And I also, oftentimes, a lot of counties and stuff set pile sizes, and the state does. I think if you're gonna make advances on this, there has to be a lot of flexibility in pile size as well. We've successfully burned 30, 40-foot piles in 4 hours in years past, complete. And I think the more local control, the better you're gonna get the project done. And the thing about snow cover pile burning, there's virtually zero liability. You're not gonna lose a fire. So again, you can get insurance carriers and the public used to the idea of burning. So I think if you can drive, as Commissioner Medina said, drive your control down as close to the local level as you possibly can, I think it would help you expedite this a lot. I get a lot of requests from people, I help people, and there's a lot of really nitpicking controls that keep them from doing fuels work on their property that you could get done, and they're willing to do it and they're willing to pay for it.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you all for this discussion. I really think that this also, after going through this really aligns with the mindset and culture shift. Part of our 30-year vision, we're going to be putting more fire on the ground, and there's more smoke in the air. It's all about, it's the circle of our forest health and the type of management that we need in our state. So I would say continue to stay engaged. Anyone that wants to keep going on this journey, to contact Katie to become part of the subcommittee, and yeah, Katie with DFPC, or else just reach out to Courtney and myself if you want some more information. Dan, we're closing that discussion right now, and we are moving on to the last.
Okay, great.
Item.
Federal impact report, and this is Katie, I think you were gonna help tee this up too, but I was thinking this could also be kind of wrapped up into roundtable updates as well, just kind of, but why don't I just turn it over to you and.
Yeah, and is this our last item?
Yes.
Yeah, this and kind of roundtable updates, yeah.
Okay, cool, and I do plan to tee up the conversation, so I will share my screen. All right, so y'all have heard from me a lot today. I got one more thing to share with you. I'm going to share, so I coordinate the Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network. Our purpose is to benefit and support the place-based collaborative groups in Colorado. And a couple of weeks ago, we did a all partners meeting with a bunch of different collaboratives just to hear about what are some of the federal changes happening, how is this impacting groups on the ground. So what I'm trying to do today is report out on what we heard and then use that to kind of kick off a discussion to hear about what all of you have heard and what the Forest Health Council's next steps might be. So I'm going to give a very, very brief overview of some of the changes at the federal level. Then I'll go into the impacts that we've seen in communities based on what we heard from collaboratives. Talk a little bit about opportunities and ways to support collaboratives in communities looking forward. And then again, we'll transition into that roundtable. What are you seeing and what additional work or information might be helpful? There we go. So when I'm talking about federal impacts, I mean this really broadly. We didn't give people like a specific executive order or anything. We just kind of asked like, what's going on, what's changed? But generally here I'm talking about the federal funding freezes / pauses, times when reimbursements were delayed as a result of that. There were a lot of pauses on like private and federal agreements, also the federal job losses and subsequent rehires. All of this leading into ongoing uncertainty and a feeling of an inability to plan ahead, which I'll get into. So as kind of a disclaimer, we did this meeting on March 20th, and just since March 20th, the world has changed a lot. So this is, I'm calling it a moment in time. As of March 20th, this is what we were hearing, and I would love to hear from all of you what has changed since then. And I'm kind of compiling two different reports here. One is a summary of a survey that Fire Adapted Colorado put out, which Becca's not here anymore, but she can answer any questions you have about that. And then the other is this blog post that I wrote up summarizing our March 20th meeting. So that's where this information is coming from. And just to give you a little bit of additional context about who I'm talking about here, our meeting had 39 individual people, and we asked them like, who are you with, who are you representing? So of the 39 people at our meeting, about half said that they were with a nonprofit, 34% were with some sort of government agency, 14% were with more of an informal partnership or collaborative that's not necessarily a nonprofit. 11% were with the university and 6% said they were other. So then within those, about half of those were at the local scale, 46% were at the state scale. I actually don't know why these numbers don't match up. So I don't know if people said multiple or what, but I'm just noticing that. And then within the Fire Adapted Colorado report, which I have also referenced in here, they had 9 nonprofit organizations, 1 fire protection district, and 1 other. We suspect there was likely some overlap in the people who took the Fire Adapted Colorado survey and the people who showed up to the Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network meeting. So keep that in mind. But that's what we're talking about here when I'm sharing out the impacts that we heard. It's just this sense of ongoing uncertainty, and I suspect that one, even to this day, even though a lot has changed, the uncertainty I think is still there. And people noted that they felt like they weren't able to plan ahead because they're like, well, we had funding and then we didn't, now we do again, and we don't know if we will. So that's one of the impacts that we've heard. I'm going to skip to this bottom one, which is a loss of data used to inform important project planning and decisions. Some of those federal websites with like mapping data and, you know, fire prediction data and stuff has been taken down. And so people aren't able to use that to inform projects. And then going back up to the middle one, people noted a loss of social license for forest management as narratives are emerging that are saying, you know, tree cutting is bad, or whatever these social license narratives may be. And due to the loss of capacity or due to restraints on what people are able to respond to, they feel like they're losing steam in social license. And the reason I say that one for last is because I have this beautiful quote. This is from one of the people who attended our meeting, and they wrote, "Misinformation campaigns are being put out with limited capacity to respond on short media timelines due to staffing shortages in our federal partner agencies or in a lack of permission for those agencies to respond." So those are some of the impacts to projects. We also heard a lot about impacts to organizational functions. So this is things like keeping the lights on, keeping your staff paid. So we heard a lot of organizations that had to cut staffing hours and were struggling to just keep up with kind of the basic operations. And a lot of this was talking about in the immediate term, but then also looking forward, they were expecting this to continue to be an impact. I put again on here, I think this is actually on every slide, the ongoing uncertainty and the feeling that they can't confidently plan ahead without knowing what's coming. And then I put cut staff time on here twice, but also a reliance on volunteers. So a lot of these place-based collaboratives that normally have staff to do some of the really important work are now going back to a model of just hoping the community shows up. This is a quote again from another attendee who said, "A week ago, I would have said we had 3 weeks before shutting down our entire nonprofit. Our federal grant is coming through now, but I'm doubtful we'll have federal funds past September." So just kind of showing like the whiplash that people were feeling as of March 20th and the uncertainty that I think they're still feeling now. And the last category of impacts that we're hearing is impacts to communities. This is perhaps the most important. People suspected that there is an increased vulnerability in communities and to landowners because of those stalled projects that I talked about on the first slide. Also due to stalled project or canceled projects that could potentially lead to impacts on drinking water quality down the road. A couple of the people said that emergency services staff in their area had been reduced at that time. And then local economies were impacted because when those funds were stalled, then the contractor payments were stalled and those small businesses were not able to get their money. So another quote from somebody who attended said, "We have 4 forestry contractors who have gone out of business and 8 more who are unsure if they will survive the summer." So once again, the uncertainty moving forward. And I just added this slide last night, just to tie it all back for those of us who are here in person. And the people online, you got to hear about it a little bit this morning. So on our field trip yesterday, we got to visit a couple of different sites. The two I put pictures of here, the top one was from the, what's the fire called? Plumtaw fire, and that was where the San Juan Headwaters Forest Health Partnership had kind of prioritized some areas. They decided to put a project on this spot, and then it just so happened that a fire happened shortly thereafter, and they were able to hold the fire in that spot. And then the second one was a private lands project, where they had done some fire mitigation. And one of the themes that kept popping out at me throughout this entire field trip was people kept bringing up this San Juan Headwaters Forest Health Partnership. And this is an example of a collaborative. When I'm talking about collaboratives, when I'm talking about community-based organizations, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And the people on this field trip just kept emphasizing, like, this has been such an awesome hub for collaboration and connection, building social license within the community, and making long-term change, prioritizing across boundaries. And I had a conversation with Alex Handeloff. He's the guy in the orange coat in the top picture, after the tour, and he was telling me some of the impacts that they specifically have felt. And he was saying that the level of coordination capacity that it takes to run the San Juan Headwaters Forest Health Partnership, I believe it's just him is like the only paid person in that partnership. But he was saying that even at that level, that capacity is not going to be feasible for much longer due to funding issues. And so he was saying they're looking to downsize in the near future, downsizing the coordinator role. As a result, they'll have fewer meetings. They won't be able to do as much outreach. They probably won't do as many projects. And they're looking for creative ways to kind of keep the group alive, but cut back a lot. And so that's a very local example. We saw how awesome this group is and the work that they've been able to accomplish, and just seeing like that's an example of something that is at risk right now with funding changes and with uncertainty ahead.
Okay, can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
The Headwaters Group is just one of 4 collaboratives, I believe, across California, but some in Colorado. Brilliant stuff. And, they all operate very similar. They're all coordinated through the Mountain Studies Institute, which is a valuable partner in the southern part of the state. And funding for our collaborators is really important. They're all very, very active. They're all working in a similar mode. And I think essential to our survival. Sorry.
No, I'm going to tell some more. So let's stick to all doom and gloom. We also talked about opportunities in that meeting and kind of looking ahead to what's next, what we can do about this. So some of what the collaboratives on the call shared is that right now more than ever, they're leaning on existing trust and relationships with their partners. They're referring back to organizational documents, plans, protocols, prioritization processes that they have created in the past. And those are really kind of a guiding star right now during a time of uncertainty. It's also an opportunity for those groups to think more about best practices for funding stability. Mainly people talked about the importance of diversifying funding sources, not just relying on federal funds or state funds. They talked about how storytelling is very crucial, mainly like storytelling to policymakers, decision makers, agencies, to, stories like Clyde's or stories like the previous slide. And then they also said that a lot of them are reframing their work to more clearly align with new priorities. I think most of us in this room, I feel like we agree on so much. I'm sure we have different political views all across the room, but forestry really is a bipartisan issue, I think. And so people are just changing some wording, but still doing the same important work. And then I just wanted to quickly share this letter. The Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network and Fire Adapted Colorado kind of summarized all of this stuff and also a few other things in this letter that went out to senators, representatives, and the governor. This was not in my capacity as a Forest Health Council member. It was in my capacity as the coordinator of the Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network. And Rebecca Samolsky, who again was just in here. She was also a co-signer on that, and we just shared some of that with the federal level decision makers. So what do collaboratives need right now? This is where potentially the Forest Health Council can help. Funding, obviously, we always come back to funding, very important, particularly for flexible things like general capacity and also multi-year funding, so that in this time of uncertainty, there's some amount of certainty, like, well, at least we know we have 3 years. Support for federal agency partners. This is kind of saying like support for them to continue in their partnerships. Support as far as clarity around policy and funding sources, and from the more state level, since I know we don't have a lot of control over that, the agency partners just ask for patience and remembering that our local level U.S. Forest Service friends are just as unsure as the rest of us. And then support with storytelling to agency leaders, policymakers, funders. That's part of what I'm hoping to do today, is tell this story to all of you. And so as I kick off the roundtable updates, I also would be really curious to know what stories people like you / us are looking for, and if there's a way that I, in my capacity as the Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network coordinator, can help deliver those to you or anyone else, I would welcome that feedback. So yeah, I guess mostly transitioning here into the roundtable updates, and I can pass it back to Director Gibbs, but I'm curious, what are you all hearing in this realm? What has changed just since this March 20th update a month ago? Yeah, just what else is going on?
Well, thanks so much for teaming that up, and really appreciate that information too. You really, hearing from collaborators is really important, and understanding what their needs are and where the gaps are and so forth. So thank you. So let's, thanks for that transition of moving next to our updates, roundtable updates. So I think we have about 16 people or so, and there's limited time. We need to be done by 3 p.m. So if let's start with folks maybe online, just for kind of consistency. Feel free to pass if you want, or just raise your hand if you have any updates you'd like to give, and or something that you want to react to after Katie's presentation on kind of federal impacts and so forth and what they're seeing. So Christina, you're up first.
Yeah, thank you. So this does it's an update, but it does kind of relate to Katie's request, specifically about some information on the need and collaboratives. So our Forest Restoration Wildfire Risk Mitigation grant program, FIRWRM, we ran some numbers from this year, from 2024 to 2025 funding cycle. We had 100 grant requests. So the most we've ever received in a year, so 100. We had over 25 million in terms of funding request, and we were able to award and administer 8 million. So I think I think Katie, it relates in that most of the collaboratives, they look to FIRWRM as a funding source, and so some of these numbers I think can help with that need, help identify some of the need. So I'm happy. I'll put that in the chat for folks, and happy to share those numbers offline too. And then lastly, just another quick update. I mentioned our nursery manager job is posted. So we're looking for a great person. So please share that widely, and let me know if anyone's interested. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay, other updates online.
It's Kevin. I can give an update from the Forest Service if you like.
Yeah, please.
So Forest Service really focusing right now on implementation of the Secretary's memo 1078-006, which is the immediate expansion of timber production. So really, the goal of that memo as it relates to forest health is really trying to focusing on a 25% increase in our timber production, working and strengthening our collaborative relationships with state, non-governmental entities and et cetera, and partners. We're also taking a hard look at how we can streamline some of our existing regulations in respect to timber sales, whether that's direct sales, cruising and marking, virtual boundaries, and things like that. All in concert with trying to realign our existing workforce to deliver on the agency's priorities. And I'll end it there.
I guess he can't hear us. Kevin, you're mute. Well, the online folks are all frozen for us, so we're just gonna try to pull you back up.
Okay.
For the folks online, we've lost the online.
You're back. All right. Yeah, please proceed.
So what part did you miss?
Hard look, all of it. We were just getting into the 25% increase and then partnerships, talking with states and other partnerships on how we're going to move forward.
Sure. So 25% increase in timber production, an emphasis in working with states, non-governmental entities, other additional partners to help us deliver that 25% increase, as well as our industry partners. We're looking at streamlining a lot of our existing regulations. Examples would include cruising, marking, the capability to do direct sales with timber purchasers in concert with the normal solicitations. An emphasis in good neighbor agreements, an emphasis in using emergency situation designations. Oh, and one more thing, all in alignment with trying to figure out how to align these priorities with our existing and ever-changing workforce. End of report.
Thanks, Kevin. Sure.
So Kevin, this is Pat Dorsey. I'm with the National Wild Turkey Federation now. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Pat.
What I had written down as a roundtable item was the EO itself. And how does this group use the EO to continue to get work done that needs to be done on our forests, right? I think we really need to be doing that. And then Katie, getting back to your question about what stories do we need to tell? I think the other piece, Kevin, about it that concerns me is with the staffing shortages, there are definitely barriers to implementing the EO, right? To actually getting the work done. And so how do we tell that story? But tell me if I'm off base, but that's kind of where I'm at. I'm struggling with weighing out the pros and the cons. There's some opportunity here, right, that we can use to our favor, but we also have a lot of obstacles we need to negotiate.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Pat. I'll offer this. We have a desired end state that's been delivered to us by the administration and our secretary. We know that we have a workforce. So how do you put those two things together to deliver the desired end state? And it's going to take all of you sitting around that table to help this agency figure out how to deliver it. Do I have the answers right now? No, I do not have the answers right now. But that's what collaboration is, right? You're not supposed to collaborate on easy problems.
How can we help?
All right. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Okay, other folks online for updates or anything at the federal level of share? No? Okay. Let's move to folks in the room here for updates.
I have one quick thing.
Sure.
I think it's a Tuesday, May 6th, the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative is doing a lunch and learn. And actually, Katie, I think we copied you, where Evan Barrientos with the film Fire Forest is going to introduce that movie and answer a couple questions for us. And then the lovely Christina Burry is going to be on a panel and answer some really difficult questions. As is Shauna Lagarza, who was, the big guru of, for the country. So she's going to be on answering some questions about communities and how that all interacts. And then we'll have Aaron Kendall on as well. Kimball. I know two Aarons and they both have a similar name, but Aaron Kendall will be on representing ecological interests and that kind of thing. It's absolutely free. It's over the lunch hour. So if anybody wants to join, I'd be happy to send out the link. And Courtney, I think I'll just send it to you and if you could forward it, that'd be perfect. I've got the link. Oh, awesome. Thank you.
So we'll have these.
May.
May 6th, so it's Tuesday.
Sure.
It's a lunch and learn, so it's virtual.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Well, thanks, Pat, appreciate that. Other updates for folks in the room? Yeah.
The Plata County, we're continuing to work on the water supply and watershed for Durango. And that's co-swap is essential for that. And we're getting some funding and some reactivation of activities on JFUD, which is on the northwest side of the Animas River up the mountains. So that's been through archaeological. There's trails that's been split off of that. It's a separate project. It's one of the emergency memos said increase recreation minerals and timber production. So recreation being added to that in such a high, national priority, it's going to have to be a lot of new things that we haven't necessarily had as first priority. So other than that, HOAs are doing what they can.
Awesome, thank you.
So,
other updates, yeah.
Yes, so here in Archuleta County, we had the opportunity to have Congressman Jeff Hurd with us last week. We had Commissioner Brown, we haven't met, Commissioner Brown and I met with him when we were in DC in March, I think we were in DC. So we talked about some of the things that were affecting us locally, like the layoffs at our Forest Service and things like that. And so when he came back to us last week, he talked about some of the things that he's already done that will affect us. I am working closely with him and his staff about some of the staff that we've lost locally and how that will affect us with this new executive order, trying to increase timber sales and, the timber industry overall. Because one of the things I said to him, which was said already, is if we don't have staff to do these projects, plan the projects to scale and or award the contracts, then the executive order is great, but if there's no implementation at the local level, then it doesn't match up. So he's assisting us in that. I just need a little bit more information from our local Forest Service. So I can get him some other information, hopefully that he can help us. The other item that he was able to help us with is Fire Adaptive Bill Marco that you all met. He had told us before we went to DC that over $1 million was on hold or frozen for contracts that was already awarded for some fire mitigation work that was completed. And so when we spoke to him, to the congressman, he was able to get that money released. So Fire Adaptive was able to receive over $1 million of grant funding of work that was completed. So that was wonderful news. It was one other thing I wanted to talk about. Well, those were the important things that happened since March 20th. So I think those were really impactful. And then, of course, Lisa Poole, with Hickenlooper's office, we had some good conversations. And I think it's just really important to let our elected officials know what's happening, because I think that's where our voice is really gonna have some impact, and then they can carry our voice higher up. And so that way they know how some of these things might play out. It looks good up here, but sometimes it doesn't really happen down here, so.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Shannon McDaniel?
Are you guys still talking federal impacts?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share, we went to DC and we met, Larimer County is the only county in the state that has 3 congressional offices, 2, 4, and 8, and they're all in my district. And we have the 2 centers. So we met with them, we called a meeting with all of our federal partners and brought all of our staff together with all the grants that were impacted. And we, and then we had a $9.7 million wildlife defense grant that got pulled. And then we also had a 11.2 FLAP grant from 5 years ago that got froze. So we met with those folks in DC and then met with them one-on-one in our districts with all 3 congressional offices. So we still have a whole other slew of transportation, other grants, but we did get those 2 frozen. Our congressional spending awards from last year for our new emergency services building that we're building for wildfire response got pulled out of the budget. That was just $800,000, and we're going to try to apply for that again. You know, there's other impacts, but we have continually called, met, advocated, and I think I've had meetings with each congressman or congresswoman 3 times now, at least in the last 3 to 4 months, face to face. So just wanted to share, we've been pretty active up here, and it's just constant advocacy and keeping our fingers on the pulse and trying to meet with all of our partners. And just like today, we're finding some things that we need to address and work together to work out. That's why we're doing this big exercise today, to work out even more kinks going forward. So just want to share that. But the big question for us today is with natural disasters, is the FMAG and some of the FEMA funding going to be there, or we're going to have to figure out how we fund all the recovery for these disasters, response for the response, recovery, and suppression. You know, we have some questions about, for us, what happens with that. So I don't know if there's anyone else that has any answers to that or ask those questions. So thanks.
Great, thanks, Jody. Brett.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I had 1 or 2 updates I wanted to share. The first, I think I would just want to emphasize too, with the great overview that Katie gave of all the federal impacts. We made sure that there was conversation and explicit conversations about what are the positive things that have happened in the last couple of months. How is this actually changing things, and what are some positive impacts? And the collaborative groups did share some of that, of really focusing what is it we really want to do? Rethinking, how do I really pinpoint my mission and my vision and like make an impact that I want? And so I think there was a lot of the uncertainty about direction, funding, things that she shared, but I think there were some of those, and it wasn't geared towards just collecting all of the negative energy in the room. It was geared towards all sides. And then also just thank everyone, like this is hard right now, and everyone is putting a lot of time and energy into it. And I can see that through this call today. So that is really great. I think some exciting news, I shared in the chat a lot earlier, but I just want to highlight the Colorado Forest Tracker. We did a press release this morning that came out from Colorado State University. And again, that's a joint project between my organization, Colorado Forest Restoration Institute, and our wonderful partners at the State Forest Service. We're both in the same college at CSU. So the big news with that is that we have incorporated some local data as well as the federal and state data. all on one map of completed forest management activities, and that includes prescribed burning that has happened in Colorado. So again, it's just the completed activities across the whole state, across all land ownerships. So I'll put the link to that press release in the chat here soon. I think it's a great opportunity. We're expecting some pretty good interest from the media. It's a great opportunity for everyone on this council to talk about forest management and the importance of it, right? And so let's use this opportunity to talk about all the things that we've talked about if you hear about this coming out. And I wanted to flag, it's better than email, Kevin Kung and Matt Tooten. A lot of the data in there is Forest Service data. And so if you could raise this up the chain, I don't know if we've got that Troy and people at the Forest Service might expect some immediate inquiries about what the Forest Service has accomplished because it's out there. So just kind of give a heads up. So that
awesome.
Good.
Thank you. Here's frozen. Other updates for folks in the room. I have a few updates once everyone is.
I just had one more.
Okay, great.
Any of those items in it. And it's holding up. I think some of the people with their careers have been held up for over 6 months by CDPHE. And so that's something that is really impacting, I think, regional ability. So yeah, please help.
Yeah, we'll get more information on that. Yeah.
And this might be a tangent for the Forest Health Council, but I want to, if you could pass it up to the governor and to the Colorado State Legislature. I think the fact that our legislature came up with a bipartisan support for public lands is really huge for our state. And so just want to thank everybody that had a role to play in that.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. I have a few updates. First of all, regarding kind of federal big picture, the Department of Natural Resources, we have 350 different federal grants that come just to the DNR alone that bring in over $300 million of money for programming that we do, and also help fund 490 people. So 490. So it's a lot, right? And so we are continuing to monitor the various different grants that we receive, whether it's Bureau of Reclamation, FEMA, you name it. There's a lot of different umbrella federal different grants that trickle to the DNR. And some of the reimbursements are working just fine, some are not. And so we're continuing to look at kind of the cadence of all those different grants. And again, 350 grants, so it's a lot. And so we have a whole team of folks that are working on that. We're coordinating with the governor's office too, on how it also impacts other different state agencies. So we're continuing to, work and monitor and so forth. Let's see. We appreciate Senator Hickenlooper's office for working on the Fix Our Forests Act. I know there's a lot of moving parts still, and I want you all to know, as a former legislator myself, that when you introduce the bill, it's not the ending point, it's the starting point. So there's a lot of opportunities for people to weigh in to see like what aspect they like, where they want to see some improvements that are made. So I'm glad to hear there's been some good discussions on how they can incorporate a lot of just different ideas that are coming from folks in Colorado. The DNR, especially our co-swap program, we really partner closely with Colorado Youth Corps. And I don't know if you all heard the news last week of the cuts of AmeriCorps programs nationally, but literally I'm trying to think of the haircut that they got. It was
400 million across the board, well, nationwide.
Nationwide, about 400 million. And so that is impacting programs in Colorado. The governor's office joined a multi-state lawsuit to try to stop that. In terms of the lens that we work with, it's youth corps that do work for our COSWAP program, and they do proactive work. We've about $1 million this year. Last year, we helped fund for like youth corps members to get their Sawyer certification to use chainsaws, as well as their red card to get out there and fire. So they are a very, very important partner to the DNR. And we're in touch with Colorado Youth Corps Association almost daily. Also, big picture, as we continue to track the various different executive orders that are coming out from Washington, D.C., I feel like I'm looking online at Christina and James. We have really good collaboration, coordination with the State Forest Service, but also with our federal partners, with the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. Actually, just at lunch, Doug Vilsack, who's the head for Colorado for BLM, I was chatting with him about a variety of different topics. So we're just working very closely to just understand what the landscape looks like. We are really excited. You know, we've had this like shared stewardship MOU with USDA since 2019. And now we're working towards getting the Bureau of Land Management to have a shared stewardship MOU with the state. And so we are, you know, this close. We're really close to getting that finalized, and we really are hopeful that we can have potentially, you know, the Interior Secretary come to Colorado to sign it or be involved in an event. Let's see. You know, we got about $18 million of COSWAP money out the door. We also have, we participated in the Ember Alliance, hosted a Trex event in Greeley a couple of weeks ago. That was supported by COSWAP, and Roberta was able to attend the Denver Mountain Parks Project last week. It's a helicopter logging work that's treating 60 acres that was funded through COSWAP. So thanks for attending that. And then let's see, last week too, I attended the wildfire briefing. That's the briefing for the governor, along with our state forester, Matt McCombs, along with DFPC, Director Mike Morgan, Stan Hilke, head of public safety, was also there. Doug Vilsack, head of BLM, Troy Hector, head of the U.S. Forest Service for Region 2. So that was, you know, a pretty positive event, really, to talk about like, hey, we're all working together on wildfire season, really. Also, last week, the governor helped kick off the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. This is really a unique partnership with the governor's office, with Great Outdoors Colorado, with the Outdoor Recreation Office housed within OEDIT. So thank you, Samantha. I think, I don't know if she's still on. There you are. Thank you for your leadership too. CPW and of course the DNR have all been involved with that, but that's big picture. We're working towards advancing climate resilience, conservation and restoration, ensuring exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation, and coordinating planning and funding across agencies and regions. And to help kick off the whole process, Great Outdoors Colorado showed up with $50 million to help this process along. So that's really cool. And then last but not least, I want to thank the State Forest Service for lunch today. So thanks so much. I also want to thank my team. You're all incredible for helping to facilitate these meetings. I know, like, when we're on the road, it's more complicated in many ways, but also really fun to get out of Denver and get around the state. And Commissioner Medina, I'm so grateful to get to know you more and your whole team. And I know Jack was, you know, here for most of the day, and we're just really appreciate the hospitality. It's just such a, you know, wonderful, you know, Archuleta County is just amazing here, and Pagosa Springs, a really great community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to host. It's my pleasure. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, with that, I know we have just like a couple more minutes, but any other quick updates or anything, or should we give you 2 minutes early to hit the road? Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, everyone. I thought it was really productive last few days. Courtney, you got something?
Well, I was just gonna note that I think we found a date for our next council meeting. It's gonna be August 13th. So I'll send that in a follow-up email, and I'll also send out a hold to the calendar invites.
And that'll be a virtual meeting.
I'm trying to think what else. There's 1,000 things going on, but.
I think like
Anything else?
your staff
okay.
and Commissioner Medina deserve a round of applause.
And I understand we need a motion to leave this room.
Don't move.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone crazy to say no? No, but thanks, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your day and safe travels for anyone that's traveling far.
If you want a Hardy Point kit, colors,
Yeah.
I've got one.
Yeah.
We're pushing the whole Hardy here.